None of them boarded that helicopter expecting that it will be their final journey. Like countless public servants every day, they set out to perform their duties. They left behind unfinished conversations, appointments they expected to keep, families they expected to return to, and dreams they believed they still had time to fulfill. That is perhaps the greatest lesson this anniversary teaches us. For me, this immortalization of Omani's memory is deeply personal. He was a friend, a younger brother, a loyalist, and a close advisor. His loyalty and love for me was undoubted. He stood by my side through all momentous occasions of my political career. Omani was a great human being. His kind is difficult to find in our world today.
And that's the President, John Dramani Mahama, there, together with the entire nation, reflecting, remembering the past or lost souls exactly a year ago to this tragic incident, this helicopter that crashed. These people died in the line of duty on their way to also help in the fight against Galamsey. The president was quite clear. No lessons as a result of this incident should be left unlearned. But 1 year on, the wife of the late Samuel Abuaji, who spoke at this particular remembrance service, also had a call to make and a plea to government regarding the fight against Galamsey. We'll have a conversation on this matter this morning, reflecting on the lessons and also the charge for the way forward. The best tribute to these lost souls, just as one of the widows of the departed gallant Ghanaians said earlier in the week. Also, some members of the opposition New Patriotic Party took to the streets on Thursday with that demonstration that is Save Our Democracy. Say our democracy is under threat and they want something to be done to protect Ghana's democracy. They outlined a number of actions and threats and decisions that they say is threatening the democracy that we are practicing as a country. We'll be finding out what was in this petition they presented to the presidency and to the Supreme Court. They intend to also present a petition to the legislature, that is Parliament. But question is our democracy really under attack? We'll have a conversation this morning here on The Key Point as the NPP outlines the specific reasons why they want action to be taken and some acts, they say, of the president to also be looked at again. Well, for the first time in the second term of the president, John Dramani Mahama, he has done a reshuffle. Is this the first of many to come? But as we do know, he has nominated Dr. Zaneto Ajiman-Rawlings, Member of Parliament, and also Mahama Ayariga, the majority leader in this 9th Parliament, for appointments as Ministers of State, subject to parliamentary approval. But there are questions also on the minds of many who have been watching this play out. These nominations contained in the statement that was issued yesterday by the presidency essentially changes the front of the NDC, that's the majority in Parliament, in terms of its call, the leader who has been leading them since the inception of this 9th Parliament. One of the leaders of the NDC in this 9th Parliament, I'm talking about the Majority Caucus, is going to be joining us this morning to find out what they are making of this particular change, and then also what is going to be happening in the coming days. There are different voices, different opinions, different views shared about some of the persons who have been nominated and those who have also been reshuffled. But what exactly is the president seeing that we're all not seeing? That's the question this morning. Stay with us here on The Key Point. We'll have a conversation. And this and many others as these issues are playing out, we would have a conversation this morning here on The Key Point. As always, your thoughts and views, comments and opinions are welcome. We read out to you and to the rest of the world. We're live on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale and a number of radio stations across the country, and the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the City of London, and Voice of London Television as well. And also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279 all across the world on 3news.com. There's a conviction of this former tour boss, which was made public yesterday in the United States. It's fresh on the plate. Number of reactions as well to it. Stay with us. We'll touch on it this morning. We'll be back shortly after this quick break.
Around us is changing, not slowly, not quietly. In the north, the rains that once arrived on time don't come anymore. In the middle belt, rivers and forests disappearing overnight. Along the coast, the sea is swallowing land that families have called home for generations. Rising temperatures, failed harvests, homes lost to tides. This is not a warning about tomorrow. This is the world right now. TV3 and the German Embassy in Ghana. The conversation on climate security implications in Ghana. The Climate Talks 2026. 5 cities, 5 conversations, 1 urgent call to action. Tamale, Bolgatanga, Kumasi, Keta, Accra. Starting this June 2026. The climate talks are coming, and this time the people most affected by Ghana's climate security crisis will be at the center of it all. Because the time for Ghana to act is now. In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenge us, and honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abnanya Kwasmini, coming soon on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Welcome back to Key Point here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com, also on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the City of London and Voice of London television as well, and also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on also TV3 Ghana on YouTube. President John Dramani Mahama yesterday, for the first time in his second term as president, reshuffled some ministers. Well, we don't know whether this is just the first of many to come. But here's what we do know, that the front and in terms of the leadership of the majority in parliament is effectively going to change because of the announcement yesterday. This man, the Honorable Mahama Ayariga, who until yesterday was the majority leader in this 9th parliament, would have a new portfolio. There are many who have expressed divergent views about this, but certainly, as many of them conceded, the president is seeing something that from where we are standing and sitting, we may not be seeing. Exactly what is the strategic decision and the stroke that the president intends to strike with this particular decision that he has made? There are many who say, well, he was warming himself. He had actually taken the mantle of the majority leadership in this 9th parliament. So what happens? Well, we do know the person who has been chosen by the party and with the support of the leadership and the other members of the majority in this 9th Parliament, the caucus of the NDC in this 9th Parliament, to replace him, as was also announced yesterday, the Honorable James Agauga. He is not new to leadership in Parliament, but certainly not the leader of a caucus in Parliament. This time, the Honorable Mahama Yariga, nominated to the Local Government Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Ministry. The reason is the substantive minister until yesterday has also been reshuffled, and we'll tell you where he's going. This man is not new to leadership in Ghanaian politics. And I'm going to put it on the screen right now. He's a veteran politician, Boko Central Member of Parliament, served in the 4th, 6th, 8th, and 9th Parliament, in the 7th Parliament as well. So this is his 5th term as Member of Parliament. Became Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business January 2025 when the NDC won super majority in this 9th Parliament. The former presidential spokesperson under President John Evans Tamils held a number of portfolios contributing to the development of this country in a number of ministries, as you see there. Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Deputy Minister of Education, Minister for Information, Media Relations, Minister for Youth and Sports, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. He's seen it all. He's done it. This time he's being given another mantle to also contribute to the advancement and achievement of the President, John Dramani Mahama. Well, one person who is joining us this morning, whose boss is going to change. In fact, he's going to have a new boss effectively when Parliament reconvenes, is the Majority Chief Whip of this 9th Parliament, the Member of Parliament for the South Dai constituency. Honorable Nelson Roxon Eche Dapamepo is joining us this morning. Honorable, good morning.
Morning, and I'm glad to have joined you this morning.
It's been a while, though.
Yes.
Parliament business is taking you away.
Certainly.
For God and country and the greater good, isn't it? Perfect. Also, Martin Pebu is private legal practitioner and also a member of the oral preparatory team. Counsel is out of the jurisdiction. He's joining us on Zoom right now. Martin Pebu, good morning. We will try to get through to him shortly. They rectify his connection to us as well this morning. But it is not just Honorable Mahama Yariga who is part of this decision that we have seen as of yesterday. Well, the one that also got a lot of people talking is this woman. I'm talking about Dr. Zaneto Agyemang Rawlings. There are many who are expecting a different portfolio, but the president, in his wisdom, sent her here. Environment, Science and Technology. So this is the first time in the last 1 year that we're actually seeing a substantive minister after that tragic incident, the crash of the helicopter claimed the life of the Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, who was the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. This portfolio had not been filled, or we didn't have a substantive minister for a whole year. It was until after the 1 year of their passing that the president nominated Dr. Zaneto Agyemang Rawlings. You had Honorable Emmanuel Kofi-Boah acting as the environment minister for that 1 year period. This is her political experience. She's not new to the politics of leadership. Clotte Colley, Member of Parliament since 2017. This is her 3rd parliamentary term, served on the Defense and Interior Environment and other parliamentary committees, chairperson of the Parliament Security and Intelligence Committee. Also, this will be a first appointment as substantive cabinet minister. And this, we do know her professional and educational background. And the vice president of the Pan-African... Second vice president of the Pan-African
Speaker.
Vice president and the second deputy speaker.
No, which is the equivalent of second deputy speaker.
This is what we have seen now.
Yeah.
The many who are also asking how she's going to square it up with what she's been nominated now for. There's some who have suggested that she would have to step aside.
Yeah, she will have to resign.
We'll get that from the Honorable Nelson Roxin Dafiamepo. And she's not the only one. This man, Kenneth Gilbert Ajay, is not new to the Defense Ministry. He was a former Deputy Defense Minister, reassigned now to be the Substantive Minister for Defense. This is his educational background. The political experience is there. Appointed Minister for Works, Housing, Water Resources in 2025. He returns to the ministry or the sector that he once served as a deputy minister. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, reassigned from the Ministry of Local Government, where Mama Yarga is heading to, now to Works, Housing and Water Resources. As you see there, he's not new to the politics of leadership, Member of Parliament, and also served both Deputy Minister, that's the Deputy Majority Whip, Deputy Minority Whip, giving him that extensive parliamentary experience and leadership, now reassigned from the Ministry for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to the Ministry of Water Resources, Works, that's Water, Housing and Water Resources there. And you see there, his professional experience as it's played out. But before my other guests join me, and let me just also say that Justice Abdullahi, private legal practitioner, is going to be joining us. Also, Kwesi Kwarteng, who is a member of the NPP, will be joining us as well. And then Adam Sela, who's the co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption, the chairperson of the Africa Union Advisory Board on Anti-Corruption. Also, Senor Jose, who is a public policy analyst, would also be joining us as we go on. But I'll start off with you, Honorable Dafiamepo, for good reason. Because when Parliament reconvenes, you're going to have a new boss in the person of James Agalga. Honorable James Agalga, not new to the leadership of Parliament. But first off, because there hasn't been any official announcement or any communication from the party, is he really the choice, as far as you do know? Because you are part of the leadership of the majority in Parliament as well.
Let me say good morning to your viewers this morning. And let me congratulate His Excellency, the President, for the shifting around of the ministers, including the fact that he's also filling two of the portfolios that fell vacant since the untimely death of our two colleagues a year ago.
Yes.
The Honorable Murtala, Dr. Alhaji Murtala Mohammed, my own friend, and Dr. Omane Boama, the then Minister for Defense.
Right.
So that's pretty straightforward. Now, the movement of Ken to defense and bringing Ahmed to replace him at Works and Housing, I think it's a good choice, moving Ken to defense, and because he's been there before as a deputy. A lot of people don't know. Ken is a very quiet but very, very effective minister.
Well, that's one announcement that got a lot of people talking.
Yes, but you know, and sometimes things have to be like that. It's not everybody who is with a media-friendly, the public type. But Ken, if you get close to him, is an exceptionally effective man in terms of his work.
Right.
So I'm not surprised that he's gone to defense. Now, my boss replacing my former boss, I should say, That's Ahmed Ibrahim at local government. It's also a good choice. Anybody who's worked closely with Mahama Yariga knows that he has his style. So you need to understudy him more to be able to appreciate the way he does his things. And he's an exceptional man in terms of leadership, in terms of judgment and all. So it's a very good choice for the party that is going to local government. Then Zaneto moving to environment. It's been long in coming, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So we welcome her.
Would you say Dr. Zaneto Ajibade-Rawlings to Minister of Environment is long coming?
Yes, there's been a general call, since the untimely death of our colleagues. So the call was that she should have been immediately announced to take over that ministry. But
as Minister for Defense or Minister for Environment?
No, as Minister for Environment, actually.
Hey, there are many who had tipped them for Minister for Defense. You heard that, didn't you?
Yes, I've heard it, but if you follow Zaneto closely, her work, her expertise is more rather in the areas of environment and science.
Really?
Yes. If you followed her work in Parliament and also even before she came to Parliament. And so the defense is because of who she is, her heritage and all. So people think that she'll be good for defense. But I know her, we are close.
But she served on the Defense Committee as well.
She does.
She's
She's actually our chairperson for the Intelligence Committee, as we speak. And she serves also as a member
of the
Defense Committee.
And Intelligence.
Yes.
That's quite some experience.
Committee that is chaired by my new boss, James Agaga.
Oh, so you're confirming that James Agaga is your new boss?
Yes, he is.
I see.
Yes.
So this was after consultation with you, the other leader, and the party yesterday?
Yes.
You did that meeting yesterday, or you had already decided? Because I'm sure this decision, you knew about it.
The final decision was taken yesterday. And he's my new leader.
I see. Were there other persons in consideration?
No, the issue was only about the leadership. The arrowhead.
Yes, the arrowhead. Were there other persons in who were being considered for that arrowhead, that majority leadership position?
Well, it's James Agaga is our new leader.
Obviously, but
yes.
I mean,
James Agaga is our new leader.
You're saying the final decision was taken yesterday,
yes.
So it means that there was some deliberation.
Yes, as to the announcements, I believe that yesterday was also the day that we did the 1 year dua for my friend Murtala Mohammed. Mm-hmm. So in the wisdom of the president, I believe that it was then, the time was then ripe for him to announce the small changes that he did within his ministerial structure.
I see.
And so if he's taking my arrowhead away from Parliament, mm-hmm. then the issue is about a straight replacement as to who will replace the Honorable Mahama Yariga. And so James, also being from the Upper East, it was a very straightforward matter.
I see. I asked whether there were other considerations because at some point your name came up as well as possible replacement for Mahama Yariga.
No, I'm the chief whip, and I think that I love being the chief whip. Yeah, I love being the chief whip. I believe that even in the House, if you have an effective chief whip, then the job is easier. Mm. Yes. So I love being the chief whip. And so...
I see. Anyway, say the job is easier when you have an effective majority chief whip.
Yes.
And that's what you are doing.
An effective whip, I should say, an effective chief whip, supported by 2 deputies. If you don't have a good whip, mm-hmm. then you, the leader, you struggle. It's that simple. And so I don't think that we have any issues there.
I see. What kind of a leader are we expected to have in the person of James Agaga? You know him better.
Yes. I've known James since school. It's been my senior in school, my senior at the bar, an exceptional advocate, brilliant thinker on his feet, brilliant debater on the floor. He has what we call the chamber voice, you know. Mm-hmm. When in politics, there are some who are gifted with some some manner of speaking, and James is one such person.
I see.
He has a voice such that anytime he's on his feet on the floor, you are minded to listen to him. You have to listen to him if he's talking. It's one such. He's one of the few guys that are gifted that way, and he's brilliant. He's solid on procedure, solid on law, reasons exceptionally well, and speaks well. His language is sound. Speak brilliant English. So we relish to working with him and him providing guidance in terms of how we manage the caucus. Everybody is congratulating him. We all know that it's just a matter of time that he will lead the house.
But
I met him in Parliament, and he's never had a bad day in Parliament. So I've never recalled that James ever on his feet and flustered a debate or no. He always brings perspectives that you may not have averted your mind to.
But did you ever also hear him as one of the persons being suggested for the defense ministry substantive? I mean, obviously the president is seeing something that we're all not seeing, right?
Now, the expectations were that during this issue, let me be very honest, this issue came up during the time of the general appointment.
I see.
Because of the fact that he'd been a deputy minister of interior before, and he was also the ranking member on our defense and interior committee at the time.
Yes.
So the expectations were that he would have been the natural choice, but it didn't happen. And James, he didn't get any appointment at all, but he continued to work, applied himself, committed to the cause of the caucus, government business. You know, when we recently passed the community service bill, he was the center of it, being the chairman of the Defense and Interior Committee. So it's been very effective for us. And so being the majority leader, straight from where he sat, if you note, you see that Apenjo Markin also became majority leader from not being a leader at all, if you remember. So people were saying he has no leadership experience. And when I read it, I felt sad that Dominic Nittu would make those comments because he knows that when Apenjo...
He says James Agalga is tough, but he lacks leadership experience for the role of a majority leader.
I disagree with him at all, because James has been part of the extended leadership. We call something in the House extended leadership, being the chairman of a committee, having been a ranking member, and from about the 2021 to date. No, from 2017. He was ranking member of that committee from 2017. You know, and for 8 years he was a ranking member on that committee, and then when we came back, he became the chairperson of the same committee. When we created the new Security and Intelligence Committee, the chair went to Dr. Ajman Rawlings. And then James retained the chairship of the Defense and Interior Committee. And he's been exceptional in that role, generally helping the core leadership of the House to manage the caucus. And he's also the chairman of the Upper East caucus. We call them, we are regional caucuses, and he chairs that caucus. So how can anybody say that such a person of such tremendous pedigree lacks leadership experience? What sort of leadership are you talking about?
Well, he says, and he's going to be joining us. Let me just put on record. Dominic Nittu will be joining us. Maybe just throw a bit more light on it. He says that, you know, the only thing he needs to realize is that he does not have that experience of leadership. He's tough, very tough. But then again, would have to hear from him exactly what he meant by that, maybe the context in which he made that statement. So let me just welcome Kwesi Kwarteng. Is a member of the NPP, a legal practitioner, and still wanting to lead, go into Parliament for and on behalf of the people of Asante Achim North constituency. Kwesi Kwati, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Sorry.
Good morning, Alfred. And good morning to Honorable too. This I have to change.
Yeah,
it.
all is well.
I'm sure I have to put natural.
No, you have to get close to
Get
him.
close to him. Yes.
Thank you for coming. Also, Martin Pebu is joining us now. Council, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Kansi. It's good to be here once again on Ghana's #1 talk show. Yeah, the key points: unbreakable, unstoppable, unshakable, right? And popping the charts for how many years now? Good. So the rituals, yeah. We want to say thank you to Sophie Kufuor for standing tall, even though Akufo-Addo is her relation. She didn't shy away from criticizing Akufo-Addo. That's good for governance. Togbe Afede, the same. Thank you. Kinteki Teku Churu the second. Gamanche, thank you. And Osi Adeyo Ajimambedu the second. Doma Hine, thank you. Nana Nsako of the Little Republic of Idumasa, thank you. Yes, thank you. And of course, there are people who send us a lot of insightful directions here and there. Dr. Eric Akwisia Mankwa, Noche Usumanche, my good friend Noche Usumanche, thank you for the insights, right? And all the people, Dr. Bashiru, too many to count. All of you will acknowledge you one by one in due course. Thank you very much for everything. Men above 40, please do the prostate check. Please do the prostate check. We don't want to lose you. Day in, day out, we read stories about very successful men who pass away because they didn't go early to hospital. Please do the check once you are above 40. It doesn't matter that you feel, oh, you are okay. Please do it, right? And those who pee by the roads, those who pee publicly, please stop. And then finally, I want to remind government, you know this Daniel Yusuf, the co-conspirator to Abu Trike's case. They want to extradite him too. We are in the High Court. We pray that government doesn't do anything to render him like the way Abu Trika was smuggled out when his processes were still before the High Court. So government of Ghana, don't trade Daniel Yusuf for any quid pro quo. Let the process run its course. Then Ghanaians, the judges will decide. Don't do anything illegal.
Okay. So we'll wait to see how that matter will play out when the legal vacation is over. Okay. And but thank you for joining us this morning. The Honorable Dominic Nitiwo, a former Minister for Defense and a Member of Parliament for the people of the Bimbela constituency, is also going to be joining us shortly. And then, as I did indicate, Justice Abdullahi as well is joining us right now, a private legal practitioner lecturer at the UPSA Law Faculty. You were on the bit about James Agalga and the new leadership he brings.
Yes.
That's very quickly, and then I'll come to.
So my point is that the position taken by the Honorable Nitiwo is most unfair. It has no basis. Because if you speak of leadership both within the House, leadership experience both within the House and at the ministerial level, James he has both sides of the world. He's been a deputy minister for 4 years and Minister of Interior. Such a huge ministry if you consider the number of agencies that they superintend. Yeah. And he did so marvelously for 4 years. And that's 10 years ago. He was there from 2013 to 2016. And then in Parliament, I came to meet him in Parliament. Very articulate lawyer, Member of Parliament, rose to become ranking member, Defense and Interior Committee for 8 years. Then chairperson for the same committee for 1.5 years, I should say. He's also the ranking member for the Human Rights, because the Human Rights Committee is chaired by the other side. We have a number of committees that the minority chair in Parliament. One of them is the Human Rights Committee, chaired by the member for Kumawu.
Right.
And he runs that committee. And so he has such he has such a huge background of experience in terms of leadership. So Dominic Nitiwo should tell us exactly what sort of leadership he's referencing here. Then we can situate the argument properly. But other than that, I think James is a fitting replacement to my indubitable Muhammad Yariga, I should say.
I see.
Yeah.
Because I think any surprises in there, and obviously there was that talk of a possible reshuffle. Now we have the first of, I understand, many to come. Is that the case?
You are saying?
Well,
You are saying it.
Maybe Roxanne will even find himself in. So. And he's a fine gentleman, so if he gets the opportunity, fine.
I love being the whip.
But you never know. If the president calls you, would you want to still be a ship? If the president needs you to serve in his cabinet, who knows? So we'll pray for that day. But, I mean, on the substantive matter, first of all, let me take the opportunity to congratulate those whose name has been mentioned. I have no doubt they should be able to work in the various roles and positions to which they have been appointed. I read Dominic's statement. I'm sure he can speak to it more.
Yes.
Because he has been in Parliament, and maybe some way, somehow, he is privy and exposed to all the details, having worked with all of them. So I'm sure he should be able to, he has more information to speak to it on whether or not somebody has the capacity or capability to do it. But I mean, on hindsight, I believe it's within the remit of the president. The constitution allows for that. This is not the first time we'll have a reshuffle, and of course, this will also be not the last time we'll have a reshuffle. With regards to the positions of defense and environment and science, I think those ones were literally unoccupied. So those ones, everybody expected that within a certain time frame, the natural expectation was that we'll have people filling it. Because these are very crucial ministries, especially when it comes to Ministry of Defense. If you look at the mandate of the Ministry of Defense, it looks like it's like a coordinating ministry, which works with almost all the other ministries. I think that my only concern has to do with the timing of the appointment, especially relative to these two ministries. I believe and I feel
about the timing.
Yeah, I felt it was quite late, looking at
the 1 year.
Yeah, the 1 year duration. I feel that, yes, I don't know, maybe Honorable Roxy will be able to explain whether it was done in honor or in honor of the memory of our departed friends and our departed brothers who served this nation. But I felt that right after their barrier, at least an institution which was that very sensitive as the Ministry of Defense, a Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, one would have expected that would have had some level of swiftness. But of course, I mean, it's still left to the discretion of the president. They will tell you that matters of description are subject to whoever the powers give that discretion to, except to say that even if you look at the Constitution, for instance, Article 296, when it talks about the exercise of discretionary powers, it talks about reasonableness and not capricious and the other elements that it provides. So I honestly believe that when it comes to those key positions, in terms of the appointment of figures to man those positions, it's been a bit late. And we would have expected that would have come a bit early. I mean, those are the concerns there. And of course, I mean, I think when it comes to the Ahmed Ibrahim one, I've been hearing some political hypothesis, which which borders on ND's internal party politics. I mean, those ones they always come where there is a school of thought. You remember when the Supreme Court made the decision and the ruling about scrapping of the delegate system. I watched an interview, and Ahmed Ibrahim himself was very against it. And you know, Ahmed is seen to be supporting General Seydou Nketia. So if a government takes a position, but that was the government's position. The government position through the Attorney General was that they were supporting the scrap of the delegate system.
Yes.
And so if a government takes a position and openly, you come and defy it, especially when the Supreme Court has ruled, sometimes there is a tendency for you to be punished. at least to serve as
So
a
you
secretary.
see the reshuffle from one ministry as a substantive minister to another ministry as a substantive minister
that's what I'm saying,
is a punishment?
That's what I'm saying, that there is a political hypothesis that you cannot run away from it. When you are in a certain ministry, you have some level of control and level of access, especially relative to these impending presidential primaries of the NDC, where you would want the maximum control, especially through the MMDCs who live and stay with the people. And if at a time like this, one of your crucial supporters and campaigners has been shuffled from that position, I mean, those are political school of thoughts. But I mean, it may not necessarily be evidence-backed, but there are things that you cannot discount. But moving from him to a senator, for me, I believe she's carried herself so well in terms of all her public appearances, her public engagement, and it appears that even her constituency, she's also serving them well. So her own also doesn't come as a surprise. I mean, somebody like Senator, for instance, I ordinarily would have felt that she would have even been named in the earlier appointments that came from the president. But I mean, the sole power rests with the president. He decides which team he starts with. He decides which team he brings in the course of his governance or in the course of his administration. And it's better late than ever. But all in all, I don't think it's so much of a fuss. Most importantly, every institution, every ministry has its own mandate. You will judge them based on how well they've been able to execute their mandate and how well the government promises has been able to be delivered. You look at, for instance, environment, science, and technology. You look at, was it Gilbert who was shifted from works and housing? We may also have to look at the KPIs, is general performance there related to works and housing, the recent flood and other things. But of course, we also admit that they will not be able to solve every problem within a space of 2 years. If you want to judge them, the context has to be 2 years, what they've been able to deliver. And so ultimately and all in all, we will only be hopeful and pray that the roles and the mandate that accrues to them from the various ministries, they will be able to deliver and the country develops. That is, for me, my concern. But I'm not so much, or reshuffle is so much of a big deal. I mean, we'll probably have to expect more.
We should expect more.
Yes, it's so natural. It's so natural in any democratic process. Now, reshuffle, the way it starts, I mean, Honorable has the experience. When it starts like this, bit by bit, thought by thought, then it will be escalating. And then that is where the lobbying starts and intensifies. If you are not very strong and your legs is not deeply footed and well anchored, that is where, if you are not very sure, you will be displayed, especially when election lies ahead. Sometimes internally, the political calculations become so high. But we are also appealing to them that everything that they do has to be within the interest of the state, so that people that man various institutions, that man various ministries will have the high degree of competence. I don't know about the background of the Honorable Gilbert, but
Well, he was a former deputy defense.
oh, at least so he's
Yes.
at least he's been there fine. Then
He's been there.
we can only wish him well and wish all the others well. And I think the majority leader has also moved to a ministry. I don't think that, as for that one, people have any doubt about his competencies. We've seen him openly served in different roles, different capacities, fine lawyer. So we can only wish them well.
Well, and Dr. Rashid Draman, Dr. Rashid Draman is asking to find out how Mahama Yarage's reshuffle or his reassignment would impact on the leadership of Parliament. Having led you, the Majority Caucus, for a year and a half now, and what he has brought onto the table, steering you in a particular direction. You sat with him, served with him.
Yes.
How is it going to impact on you?
So I made the point that Ayaga has been a formidable leader of the caucus and of the House. You have to understand him well to appreciate how well he leads. But I see similar traits in James Aganga, I should say, in terms of intelligence, thinking on your feet, having a gifted chamber voice. Like I said, I told you
Yeah.
that in the chamber there are certain people who are gifted. When they are on their feet, you will have to listen to them. You have to really pay attention to what they are saying. Leader has that quality, and my new leader too also has that quality. James Agaga is also a brilliant lawyer, my senior. I think
see.
he belongs to the 207 batch. He and George Lowe, my former boss, they are mates, and we practice at the bar together. Formidable advocate in Parliament. He's even grown more formidable in terms of the work we do. He's a fine legislator, and so with these qualities, I don't think that he will depart from the way we were led by Mama Yariga. I believe that we all aspire to do more. So I even believe that he would work so well that he will be seen as a fitting replacement for the Honorable Yariga. So the kind of impact that the Dr. Dramani is alluding to, I don't see it. I think it's just coming to continue and perhaps bring more changes in terms of how the work is pursued. But like I said, once your whip structure is not disrupted, the whips are the fulcrum of how everything is done.
I see.
So once the structure of the whip system is still intact, and he has a very capable deputy in the Honorable Ricketts Hagan, I don't think he has a problem at all. You would rather be speaking of the leader having problems if his back had been rather depleted, a new person is brought to assist him. Did you appreciate what I'm saying?
Right.
But the bedrock of the leadership is there. It's the arrowhead that has changed. So once it's there, the change is only in respect of the arrowhead.
But that change can also be consequential.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that the replacement of the arrowhead is as good as the one that's living.
Right.
And so the arrow will still have very good impact once it is launched. You rather have a problem if I had been removed, if my two deputies had been removed, if Ricketts too had been removed.
Like a wholesale change.
That's right.
Like what we saw.
If you keep the leader, you remove his deputies, his subordinates, then you'll be asking whether the leader will still have the same impact. But here, the bedrock is intact.
Okay.
And so we are just going to assist him to be so phenomenal. Yes.
Well, the consequential effect will not be as what we saw in the run-up to the 2024 elections, where you had the entire core leadership of the caucus changed.
Yes, but
That
even
was
then,
Haruna Idrisu,
two of the
Muntaka
deputies
Mubarak.
were kept. Doyo and
Yes.
Ahmed were kept. And so when the new leaders came, when Atufo Hussein, Amabua, and Agboja came, they were only fitted to work with the two deputy whips. And so the change wasn't to our disadvantage. It rather enhanced our work. And that's how come eventually, because we won elections because of the work Haruna and Muntaka and Aveji did. Once Atufo Hussein came and built on that, it propelled us back to power.
I see. The Honorable Dominic Bingab Aduna Nitiwol is joining us as well. Honorable Nitiwol, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to my colleague who's at the studio and Dr. Draman. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning. First off, there's a statement that's been widely published, attributed to you, that you say that James Agaga, the newly named majority leader, is tough. You agree, yes, but he lacks leadership experience for that role of majority leader. What exactly do you mean by that?
So first of all, I didn't say that to condemn him. That's the first point I want to make. I said that because when it comes to the work of Parliament, I've been in Parliament with Agaga. He came to meet me in Parliament, and he's a very tough legislator. He's very good at the work he does. He can be very, very tough. He's given us very good time, very tough time whilst we were in opposition. He gave us a very tough time whilst we were in government for 8 years. So I know him when it comes to the work of of legislation and the work of advocacy in Parliament. He's very, very good at that. What I said, and I still maintain, is that he has not experienced parliamentary leadership before. Not at all. He's been in leadership, what we call the extended leadership, because he was a ranking member on Defense and Interior. So for the extended leadership, he was there before. He's also now part of the extended leadership because he's the chairman of Defense and Interior. But when it comes to the leadership itself, the core leadership, and there are 5, he's never been part of it. And he's facing a bench that has been in leadership far longer than you can think of. So the leader, for example, at our side, Afenyo Marke, has been in leadership for about 3.5 years. His deputy has been in leadership for almost 5.5 years. The first deputy whip, the chief whip, has been in leadership for almost 5.5 years. Then the first deputy whip has also been in parliament in leadership for 5.5 years. So he's facing a very experienced minority leadership. And if he does not put his ass together, he'll face problems when he's dealing with them. Because as he said, and I agree with him, there are people who are very good in the work they do. The act of leadership, the act of creating issues for you, the act of working you up, the act of making sure that they can set you up. So if you don't transition very quickly from the extended leadership into the core leadership, and not just the core leadership, he's not deputizing anybody. He is the main leader. And if you are the main leader and you haven't had that experience before, you have to adapt quickly. If you don't adapt quickly, you will have serious problems.
I see. And the quick adaptation to this new role, you don't see, you don't think he has it?
He has 2 or 3 things he has to do. One is that he has to get the buy-in of including the man sitting in your studio, the chief whip. He is going to be the person who will help him. Because if he doesn't get the buy-in of his own side, that is, first of all, the leadership, then he has to get the buy-in of the speaker and the deputy speakers. Then, more importantly, he has to get the buy-in of both the majority and the minority caucuses. If he can do that seamlessly, I believe that he'll be able to get through. But if he doesn't, if he's not able to get a buy-in, especially from his own leadership, backing that he needs from his leadership, he will face a lot of problems. Remember that the NDC just has 1.5 years for the elections to come. And so he's literally being put there, and he's going to be the one who prepared the party in parliament for elections. They have 188 MPs. In fact, they want 189 working with them. There are some 4 or so independent candidates. So they want about 185 MPs. It is his role to ensure that all these people come back in consultation with the party and to work with them. And it's a different kettle of fish, completely. It is not like you have come to power, you have had some bit of time, you are working together, you are implementing government, you are going to implement the government policies, government agenda, as well as look at the party as well. What are you going to do? How are you going to position the party? Will you be aggressive in parliament? Will you be amenable to the minority? Will you stretch your hand of friendship to them? Or you are going to be very aggressive? What will be your posture? How will the minority take your new leadership? You have just come. Will they try to bully you, or will they try to be friendly with you? It's all part of all this maneuvering to assert yourself. We are 87 people. We want to assert ourselves. We want to dominate. We will see somebody who is fresh, who has just come, and we want to take advantage. So it's all part of what he has to do to be able to assert himself. But like I said, if he doesn't get the cooperation of his front bench, he'll face a lot of problems.
Well, but you talk about the experience as well of your side, and you outlined the leadership experience that your side also has, and what you say could possibly pose as a big challenge for him. But he's also new to the leadership in Parliament, is he not? I mean, being a member of the 6th, 7th, 8th, this 9th Parliament, this is his 4th term, and he has chaired a number of critical committees in Parliament as well. Think that's not going to play a role in bringing that kind of experience that you talk about that your side has to also match up to what he's bringing to the majority side?
Well, first of all, I did say, and I consider that he's part of what we call the extended leadership. Because when I was Minister for Defense, he was my ranking member. That's why I could immediately describe him as a tough guy, top legislator. He's very good at the job because I worked with him for 8 years, so I know what he's capable of. I know he's very intelligent. He thinks very fast on his feet, and I also know that he's a tough guy. When I say tough guy, I really mean it because I've dealt with him for 8 years. When I was minister, he was my ranking. And I know what he can do and what he cannot do. That's why I use the word that he's part of the extended leadership. But I also concede that you will need to have some bit of experience when it comes to leadership itself. Remember, I was deputy leader for 4 years. So I'm one of the few people who have been minister and also been leaders before. I was leader in opposition for 4 years. So I know what it takes to be able to do that work. And I know the difficulties that you will get. I know what you have to do to be able to reach out to the other side. And I know what you have to do to stir trouble on the other side or calm waters. All I say is that he has to adapt very quickly from being a member of the extended leadership, which he was very good at doing, to being the arrowhead, to being the leader, to being the guy who will manage the whole house with the speaker. And that, I tell you, is a different learning ball game altogether. It's a different learning curve. It's a different challenge. But I believe that if he takes his time, he will do it. There's no time for him to learn, unfortunately for him. Unlike other people, you can learn on the ropes and take some 6 months to adjust. There is no time for him to adjust because he literally has 2 years, 2.5 years more to do that kind of work. 2027, 2028, we are in an election cycle. And like I said before, if the party is, and unfortunately, party members are unforgiving. If they don't see what they want to see in you, they will start giving you problems. And they'll start questioning your credentials. They'll start questioning your abilities, and they'll start pushing for a change, especially if you have tough legislatures like what he's going to face on the opposite side. But like I said before, he's been a member of the external leadership. He did well whilst he was there, and we all hope to see what he'll be able to do whilst he's there. Nobody's wishing him bad. Nobody's wishing him to fail. No, not at all. He's my brother, my friend. Even if he's not, nobody will wish him to fail. At least you give somebody a chance to prove himself. And like I said before, I'm clear in my mind that he has got to be able to prove himself because he's not yet been there before. It's like somebody who has, when I first entered the Ministry of Defense, of course, there were people who obviously doubt you because you have never been a minister. You were a leader in parliament, but you've never been a minister. So it was obvious that there are some people who say, oh, but can he do it? Can he do it? They will question you. It's normal. So I don't have a problem with anybody, including myself, who will do that. It is up to you to be able to make sure that you prove everybody wrong. It's as simple as that.
I see. Kindly stay with me. Now you've got clarity. He still stands by that statement, but he made it in a context. He says,
very unfortunate. I was hoping that I still call him leader. I don't even call him minister. I mean, I still call him leader. It's unfortunate that leader is pushing that tangent because you see, when he came to parliament in 2002 through that by-election, he lost at the end of that term. He came back strongly, I believe, in 2008. He got appointed as deputy minority leader, I believe in January 2013.
Yeah.
So if you calculate his stay in parliament before then, he had done like 5 years, like 6 years by parliamentary life. And yet he was appointed a deputy minority leader. And he acquitted himself well. Everybody wished him. I think at the time he was the youngest ever person in leadership.
True.
I think it's still, that record is still
it hasn't been broken yet.
Now, but he did well. Why? Because he was assisted with the team that he worked with. So I believe that that's the kind of angle I want him to push, that once the bedrock of the leadership that Agaga is coming to lead is not disrupted, things should be easy for him to just continue from where my senior Ayariga is living off. But if you keep pushing that parliamentary experience, I believe he has it. You have eloquently spoken to the man's abilities in terms of leadership of committees.
That he doesn't doubt.
No, so if you don't, but you see, there's no school for leadership in parliament. He himself came and he was assisted, he succeeded brilliantly. He gave his indication when he went to the ministry as defense minister. He had no experience. But he went there and he did his best for 8 years. He's actually one of the longest serving defense ministers we've had in this country.
True.
A lot of people never had.
That's Dominic Nitu.
Yes, Dominic Nitu. People will go there 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. But I don't recall anybody doing 2 terms continuously, uninterrupted. So because of his long stay at defense ministry, a lot of people look up to him on matters of defense. Even in government, people still speak to him on matters such as that. So is that kind of talk that you have to make for your brother? That you think that because he's been such a brilliant ranking member, Defense and Interior for 8 years, is a formidable chairman for Defense and Interior for 1.5 years, and given the general work that he's done as a 4-term member of parliament, it's expected that he would bring all this experience to bear on his new role as the leader of the house, leader of government business.
He said he made it in a context. He explained the context in which.
If you keep pushing that, then I'll ask you, because when Apenyo Markin himself, Apenyo Markin he used similar route that Dominic used. Apenyo was appointed deputy leader in 2021 to replace Adwoa Safo.
Yes.
Okay, when Adwoa Safo was not brought back as a deputy leader to Che, Apenyo was not. I don't even recall that he was a committee chair. He was not. And he always spoke to that issue that he was a backbencher who was minding his business. And yet he was made a deputy leader to the great Chairman Sabunsu. And he assisted him. And when the party decided that they'll make changes, they brought Apenyo as the arrowhead. And he's been there ever since. So he left majority leader role. Now he's the minority leader. So I am saying that, and Apenyo is also succeeding as the leader on their side because of some background work that he's done and the way he's able to carry the caucus. And so I expect that he will wish James the same. And let me make this correction. Apparently, James is a 204 law school graduate, not 207. So I got it wrong. I've just had a lot of messages from colleagues. They say, you are diminishing. So he's 22 years at the bar.
Perfect.
You know,
no, but the Honorable Nitu, anyway, he still stands by that statement and justifying it for that.
No, he can't justify it. He has no basis.
There's no
by
basis
his own analysis. By his own analysis, and with his own example, James Agaga will succeed. He won't have any difficulties.
His success, he says, is predicated on the support he gets from you.
Yes, but we'll offer him much more. We'll offer him everything, absolutely everything. That is why I made the point that the issues that Dr. Dramani alluded to would have been founded if it's rather the leader who's been left to be supported with new members. But here, the deputy Ricketts Hagan is there. The chief whip, myself, yours truly, I'm there. My 2 able assistants, Doyo and Achampong. Everybody, we are intact. So James coming to lead us is just a matter of course.
Right.
It's just a matter of course.
I see.
You know, foundation is being built and solid. So Senior Nitu has no basis to make these suggestions. He's just being mischievous.
Is there any mischief in there for?
There's mischief in there. There's mischief in there, but James Agaga will surprise him.
I see.
He'll give them a run for their money.
I want to bring in Martin Kpebu, but Dominic Nitu, you wanted to come in quickly, briefly?
No. First of all, all the points he makes are right, very, very right and succinct, except the fact that there's no mischief. I would never wish Agaga bad, not even he or any other person in government. I will not do that. I've had my chance to be in government for 8 years, so there's no way I wish anybody bad. And truly, when I was in government, I had the utmost cooperation for almost all of them. If you realize, the Minister of Defense, there were no issues. You didn't hear noise, except the fact that the soldiers would go here and there and do their soldier thing, and then they will be on my neck or the soldier. Otherwise, I had serious collaboration from this. So there's no way I wish anybody bad, not at all. And there's no mischief in that. All I say is that they should give him their biggest support. They should give him their backing. It's easier said than done. If they give him their backing and the backing of the caucus, especially the backbench, he will succeed. One of
Okay.
He knows that one of the problems they have faced, and we have always pointed out to them, is absenteeism. If they continue like that with this new leader, they are going to face big problems.
Right.
They are going to face serious problems. And like I said to him, I've never said that in Baptist, not at all. I wouldn't do that. There's no way I will ever do that. I'm saying that when it comes to leadership in parliament, he has not been there before. He's come in 1.5 years after the government has come to power. His job is to steer the government's program over the next 2.5 years. I wish him well, but it's a challenge that he has to summon. He has to adapt quickly, and if he does, he will succeed. If he does not adapt quickly and get the support of the people, he's going to have a problem, because now he needs the support of the party, strong backing, the presidency, the caucus in particular, and he being the chief whip. He is the person who should support him. If you have a very good chief whip who's loyal to you and is prepared to work for you as a leader, you have no problem. And he already has been there before. So if he decides to give Agalga his support, trust me, he will succeed. But if he doesn't give him his support, you will hear troubles on their bench.
He has just pledged his support for James Agalga here, right now.
See why the
You see that I'm laughing.
Why are you laughing?
We are politicians. I'm laughing. Let's wait and see in the next 1 year what happens.
What do you mean?
I think Dominic knows too much. That is.
I don't know anything.
No, I mean, the statement you are making must have basis, unless, of course, you...
I'm saying that we are politicians. Oh, he said he's my friend, and I mean 1 or 2 times I've told him 1 or 2 things that they needed to do and they have to do and war have to do to be able to maintain peace in the chamber. So don't take anything to heart. He's my friend. The chief whip is my friend, and we all work together. We all want to succeed. But I'm saying that he has to give the new leader his ultimate support and his sincerest support. If he does that, Agalga will succeed.
Okay, well, thank you. Hold on a minute for me. Martin people, just a quick one on this now. Bring you in on this reshuffle first in the second term of the president. There's a statement as well that Dominic Neto made again, which I'll come to him on. But I want to take your first thoughts on this reshuffle we just got yesterday.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Okansi, I can also say a bit about Agalga, a little bit, and then we'll go to Mama Yarga. Yeah, okay. So Agalga is like my brother, okay? Very, very close. Yeah, I've known Agalga from childhood. Let me not talk too much. I'll just leave that and tell you that. So I have no doubt at all in his competence, right? Yeah, and we heard the word Dominic Neto used, that he's a tough guy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Agalga has always been tough from childhood, okay? As I said, we'll leave the rest. When he finishes, the day he, like at the end of it, when he's done very well, then I can go into details and tell you stories from childhood. This is not the time. Sometimes we celebrate too early. Okay, I wish him good luck, and I'm happy. Honorable Daframopol says, yeah, he will support him to the hilt. That's what you need. That's what you need. But going on, I hope I'm not running ahead of myself.
Not at all.
The one that's intrigued me is Agalga's his promotion to that position. Analysts are saying that it appears because Mahama Yarga challenged Speaker on the passage of the LGBTQ law. That's how come Ayarga is being removed. You know, the speaker said the bill had not been passed. Ayarga too says it's been properly passed. And you know how the international community is briefing down our necks on that particular law. So it means that for as long as Ayarga stays as majority leader, there's going to be a problem, you know, going forward with that bill.
Really?
So it appears very reasonable. So they say that it appears it's because of it that the Ayarga is being removed, so that the proposals that the speaker is put forward, you know, the speaker has said that it can be, the consideration can be done again, etc. You know, the bill has been kept somewhere. We've moved on. But look, we should be careful. if we don't sort out that issue once and for all, the NDC will pay dearly for it. You see, let's not make a mistake. The opposition, they are watching. They'll just wait. Near elections, they will raise it again. So it's better, look, this bill and these issues are dealt with once and for all. So my understanding is that this removal is perhaps to pave way for the reconsideration, etc., as the speaker is mentioned, because Ayarga has been very clear that as far as he is aware, the bill has been passed by parliament, so it's left with the presidential assent, but the speaker is saying otherwise. That's what I'll say about that one. Now, we also know that, like I also shared the other comment, that we had all been looking forward to Agaga being given a substantive ministerial position. But like Honorable Dafameko and the rest have said, it's the president who decides.
Indeed.
So in this game, you need to have very strong knees. So yeah, you have to be very patient, because that is what also even proves part of the mettle of a politician. You know, the ministerial positions are only a few relatively compared to the number of citizens and then the parliamentarians. So in a way, it's okay that gradually Agaga is coming forward. I'm sure eventually he would break through to become a minister. Yeah, I just needed to go back and make that point. If there's any other, yeah.
I see, but you say that you see reason in this, you know, perspective or the narrative about Mama Ayarga's reshuffle, but why is that? Because the position he took regarding this anti-LGBTQ, in fact, this is the first time I'm hearing this one. I've heard quite a number of narratives, but this one, did that affect the relationship between the speaker and the majority leader in any way, majority chief whip?
I'm really surprised by the perspective that Kwebu has just brought to bear on this matter. I am not privy to any such reason or basis. My leader and I, we speak regularly. In fact, before yesterday, we were on the phone for nearly an hour. He's not around. He's on a short trip outside, and so we speak about many things, welfare, focus, and all, how to simply keep the caucus intact. So the suggestion that is being moved to local governments as a result of some disagreement he has with the speaker, it's totally news to me. I'm not privy to any such development, and I don't think that there's any disagreement between him and speaker at all.
Right.
And the party also didn't give the indication that that is the basis for which the president is appointing him to the local government portfolio so that James will come and take over. I believe that it's a matter of strategy. The party is just monitoring and seeing how things can be. Look, the infusion of Mama Ayarga and Zaneto into the executive,
right?
It's a key strategy. If you know their backgrounds, how effective they can work. So moving him to local government, moving Zaneto to take up the environment ministry and deal with the environmental issues that we have.
Right.
They are valuable additions to the stock of ministers that we have.
I see. Now, Martin, people wanted to make a quick point on that particular one. Council, maybe just briefly so that we move on to other issues. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Kansi, you know, that's the thing about Honorable Dafameko. He's a smooth diplomat. Of course, you know that he has to, kind of brush it aside so that everything will look good. Let's repeat. Look, go to the tapes. You see Mama Ayarga telling the speaker that they are not going back to that bill. Then the speaker says, no, they would go back. And then what else do you need? That's serious. So let's step back. This is not a joke. Speaker Bagbin came back and said, as far as he's concerned, the rules have been breached. The bill has not been passed. That's That's a public statement too. Then the majority leader comes and says, it's been done. Boom, finish. The gavel has fallen. There will be no going back to the bill. And the speaker insists. And today, do you know where the bill is? What else do you need to say? You don't need them to come outside and say, hey, foolish. Excuse my words. This one, oh, go and you are a nobody. You are a somebody. You are a nobody. You are a somebody. Are you my co-equal? No, that's not how we judge whether there is a disagreement or not. Where we judge is what each person is saying. Are they in agreement or they are not? And quite clearly, there is a deep chasm, a deep crater between what Ayarga was saying on the bill and what Speaker Bagbin and President Mahama were saying on the other side. And we all know that it's about no kufio. We need help from development partners. So once the West is not happy with the bill, Speaker and the President have been dancing around it, and then they've pushed it somewhere, which is a slap in the face of Ayarga. And natural fact, he, Dafa Mapoy himself. Dafa Mapoy, yourself, you've been slapped in the face, right? I know you're a nice man, all those things, but you can't say it. Where you are, you need to climb up, so you can't speak openly like that. But my advantage is that I'm not looking to climb up any ladder politically, so I'm free to speak openly. So it's fine. Dafa Mapoy has to brush everything, make it look nice, and it's my duty to analyze vigorously here that what the speaker said about the bill is 180 degrees different from what Majority Leader Mahama Ayarga said. Okay, so they are on opposite ends, and so as long as Ayarga remains Majority Leader, it's going to be very difficult to go back and reconsider the bill as the speaker and President Mahama are saying. That method they are using to buy time will not happen under Ayarga's watch. It's going to lead to an implosion. Yes, because Ayarga was very clear. He came back a number of times that the bill has been passed. What the speaker is saying is not possible. It's a non-starter, right? So that is, it's rational basis for its removal. So we don't need to get confirmation. Things like this, which are very embarrassing, hardly will you get the party hierarchy openly talk about it. But for us, from where we sit, this is our reading of it. This is our reading.
But yes, your reading must have some basis. You know, it must have some basis of fact and then also some evidence. And you are pointing to something that convinces you that this is the case. But the question is this really it? And
that is it. It's done.
Based on what? What do you know that we don't know?
But that is what I've stated. No, you see, let's step back. What are we talking about? The majority leader is leader. This is his position, that the bill has been passed. President Mahama should go ahead and sign. Honorable Dafa Mapoy was also in support. Check the record. Honorable Dafa Mapoy was also in support, supporting his leader. Then, on the other hand, President Mahama was in London at the time, right? He and Speaker Bagbin. Once they saw that, Charlie, the international community, the gay lobbies will not take it lying down. They had to find something to do to dance around. And so they had to say that no, the bill has not been properly passed. Hey, what is more serious than that? It's open. It's an open confrontation. Open confrontation. Look, I'm done. There's no way anybody can give me any other reason that is the one. No matter, okay, there could be other reasons. But what I'm saying is that if you are doing rational analysis, you cannot discount that one. Because Mr. Okansi, step back. The way Mahama Ayarga was gung-ho that the bill has been passed, how are you going to tell Mahama Ayarga to come and eat back his words that the bill has not been passed? How are you going to tell Honorable Dafa Mapoy in studio to say the bill has not been passed? So perhaps Dafa Mapoy himself, it's interesting how he's going to deal with that situation when it comes up, because the two of them had been very clear that they are done. They are done with it. I'm sure maybe before they deal with it, Dafa Mapoy may be promoted to also become a minister or something, so that it's like the stables are clear, fresh leadership, and then it can be done. You see, so from Ayarga's profile, you see that I'm not saying Ayarga is not human rights centered, but what I'm saying is that there's that conflict, open conflict. Ayarga is also human rights centered, so it's likely that he may have sympathies for the new method they want to use. And so perhaps that's how come he's been brought there. Okay, so
Right.
please, nobody can discount this big open conflict. It's a serious matter. Oh. It's a serious matter. Let's not forget that this is a bill that even when Kamala Harris, US Vice President, came, she came and she had issues with it, etc. So this is a big matter. It's not just a trifling, but maybe it's because we don't have much time. I thought just saying 2 sentences were enough.
Right.
But if we are pushing back, if we go back, don't forget
No.
this is a bill that even, Anta, former finance minister under Akufo-Addo, had to write a full letter to, was it to Parliament or it was addressed to, to Parliament, etc. That if the bill is passed, Ghana will not get aid and other help from development partners, etc. So this one is a big matter. It's not a child's play. There's no way you're going to get Ayarga still as majority leader, and then what the speaker is speaking about, bringing the bill back, do reconsideration, etc., would happen under Ayarga's leadership. There was no way. It would be too embarrassing. I bet it's as if, no. It would be too embarrassing. I don't need to explain further.
Right. It's a very interesting perspective that Lawyer Matipebu brings to this matter. I've got to admit. But Adam Senanu, who is also having some interest in this matter of LGBT and matters, Advocates for Christ, but he's here in that capacity as the co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption, also chair of the African Union, that's Advisory Board on Anti-Corruption. Zanu, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Great. I've got to move on to the next issue, but unless the Honorable Daffy wants to have a quick response to this, I have to move on to the next issue. Quickly.
There's been all sorts of insinuations and salvos thrown my way by people. First of all, we can disagree with the speaker on issues. It doesn't mean that relationships are destroyed. So this LGBT matter, I'm struggling to appreciate the perspective that he's edging on us. Now,
makes a forceful argument.
no, there's nothing, you see, there's nothing forceful in there. What is insinuating? There's nothing forceful in there. I am saying, I wish that you can put the Honorable Mahama Ayarga himself on the line. Because I as the chief whip, I get to know things. But I'm telling you on authority that he's moving to the local government ministry. It's not because he's being punished and therefore being removed as a majority leader. The majority leader portfolio is also a cabinet portfolio. He actually attends cabinet. So if you want to punish him, do you substitute one cabinet role with the other? So I just feel that it's a matter of preference. I'm sure when he was approached, he thought that he can continue to serve the government at the local government ministry. Or he gave the indication that he is available to serve in the executive. And when he was giving the indication, I'm sure he agreed that he can serve as the local government minister. I don't think that is what Martin is edging on. It's a very dangerous proposition that he's making, that he's been removed because he has a disagreement with the speaker. So by extension, it is the speaker that has caused his removal. It's not good for the caucus cohesion. Because speaker, we must know, is also a member of our party. And so if my 100 and, apart from us in leadership, if 185 members of our caucus gets to know that, it is speaker that has caused the removal, so to speak, removal of leader. No. It may lead to an implosion. So, because the speaker also needs our backing. He is not a member of parliament, but he presides over the house. When he comes, he needs the unity of the house to be able to manage the house. Mm-hmm. So if you are pushing this dangerous line that Mahama Ayarga is leaving because speaker says he should be removed because of what is in terms open disagreement, you are putting my caucus on edge. Yes, you are putting my caucus on edge. And he's creating problems for me in the caucus. So you shouldn't push that line. I believe that once Ayariga has accepted to serve in the executive as a minister of state in charge of the local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs, we must wish him well. Right. And so that during his vetting, he goes through successfully and gets appointed and goes to serve in that capacity. He's served in 5 different ministries already. This will be his 6th one. Mm-hmm. He was a deputy at trade, was a deputy education, was Minister of Information and government spokesperson, if you recall. He was also spokesperson for our flag bearer, Professor Mills, during the opposition days under President Kufuor. Mm-hmm. And then he also served at environment and served at sports. So Ayariga has been he has widespread ministerial background in terms of portfolio. This is his 6th ministry. So it's not a new person going into the ministry. So it's the argument that he's been punished by being removed to go and serve in the ministry. It can unsettle my caucus, and I don't want that to be that line to be pushed to the media at all. I disagree with Kwebu. What he's urging on us. There's no basis. Right. I would have been told. I would have been told. There are a number of
messages. Let me just read them and then we'll move on to Dominic Nittiwo was still with us. There are a couple of questions directed at him. This one from Na Yamotele says, I like Martin Kpebu's frankness. He says she says he's punching on both of them on many sides. His reading is very clear. And he's looking at the things from a national and rational analysis. That's to Martin Kpebu, that's from Na Yamotele. This one also here says, good morning, Alfred. For humility, trust, and respect in governance any day and any time, Ghana's democracy, best choice for all Ghanaians, you say, is the president. This one also here says that it says, Addo Kufuor also served 8 years. I think that's just your response.
Kufuor did 6 years, 7 months. So he did almost 6.5.
So Dominic Nittiwo is still by far the longest serving defense minister, 2 terms straight, 8 years as we have it. And this one here from Dr. Kwame Asante says, did I hear Dominic Nittiwo also say that there was no way Dr. Zaneto Rawlings stood a chance to become defense minister? On what basis will that comment also be justified in any way? So he's with us still on Zoom. Dominic Nittiwo?
Yes. So first of all, I want to make a small comment on what Martin Kpebu said. And I think that Martin Kpebu is my old boy because we went to the same secondary school in Tamale.
Right.
And so I know his credentials very, very well. I think that the chief whip needs to tell the nation whether this bill was transmitted to the president. That's why I'm tending to want to believe what Martin Kpebu is saying, because if the bill was transmitted to the president, if the president has a problem with it, he will return the bill to parliament with comments. If that has not happened, then I will side with what Martin Kpebu is trying to say, clearly. That's the point I was trying to make. So the chief whip needs to tell the nation, was the bill transmitted to parliament or the bill is still sitting in parliament? And if it's still sitting in parliament, what is the reason why that bill is still sitting in parliament? If it's also being transmitted to the president, where is the letter that the president has written to parliament making his comments about it? And what are his comments? Which are the areas that the president disagrees with the bill? So the chief whip needs to tell the nation like that. Otherwise, everybody has what he has to say, and I will believe what Martin Kpebu is trying to say. But that is not to say it's a demotion. No. where the Mama Yaga is going is a very sensitive ministry. So it is not, he's not being punished, not at all. In fact, if there's anything, somebody will say he's been promoted. So
Right.
I will not say that he's being punished at all. And he's going to literally be working with the entire local government system, the MMDCs all over, the regional ministers. So he's really having a very powerful position. I rather want to think that the party is positioning themselves more for election purposes. That's why they're taking Mama Ayaga to that place.
Rather.
And there are reasons behind. We all know why some things are being done. And the fact that there will be a new flag bearer, a new running mate, a lot of people will be positioned for different considerations. So we all have our ears on the ground. We know what is going on. But I want to support Martin Kpebu by asking him whether the bill was transmitted to the president. Was it given to the president by parliament? And if it was, then the president is enjoined by law to sign it. If he doesn't want to sign it, he needs to have written to Parliament with his comments. Where are the comments? What are the comments? What problem does the president have? That's all the chief whip needs to tell the nation. Otherwise, people will believe what Martin Kpebu has said, including myself.
I see. Well, those questions you are posing to, obviously, the majority in Parliament, so they'll get some answers for you. But there was another question posed to you from Dr. Kwame Asante regarding a statement you made about doctors.
In the first place, I have not yet made that statement on this. I said that I made it elsewhere. I haven't made it on the platform yet.
Yeah.
Yes, I made it elsewhere. So he's bringing the statement from somewhere else I made on another platform to this. But let me answer it. First of all, I said our intelligence was very, very clear that Dr. Zenator stood no chance to go to the Minister of Defense.
If you say your intelligence, you mean you and who? As in, like...
Come on. We all have our sources and our intelligence. We knew straight away that she had no chance to go to the Minister of Defense from day one. It had always been Gilbert Ajay from day one.
You knew
so
you knew it straight ahead.
You can ask Patrick Boama. I told him before, and I suspect I told one or two people also that he is the one who is going, and we rather thought that Mama Yaga will go to replace him at Westernhausen. It's always yes. Either I told Mama Yaga himself or I told somebody, one or two people, that he is going. But I know that Patrick Boama, for example, I mentioned it to him that what I'm picking is that Mama Yaga will replace the Honorable Kenajay, who is going to the defense. It was very clear to everybody that the president wanted somebody who has his confidence, his trust, and somebody that he gels with clearly. And it was very clear that it was Kenajay who the president will take to that particular place, if that was a consideration. And that was the consideration the president was putting. And over the last 1 month, that is from July, we were still in Parliament. It was almost certain that the president was going to make the changes in July. The name kept coming up and up and up that he's the one who will be going there. Originally, Senator Rawlings would have gone as Minister of State. In fact, from day one, she was supposed to have gone as Minister of State. And if you ask those at the presidency, they will confirm what I'm saying.
Minister of State in charge of what?
Yes. I'm not certain, but I know that she was supposed to go as...
So then, if you're not certain, how then do I place any value on this statement you've just made?
In the moment I start going to the specifics, it will be too obvious. But I'm telling you on authority that she would have gone as Minister of State. But I suspect that...
But you're saying you're telling me on authority, but you are not certain about that. So how do I reconcile those two positions?
I am certain. I know what it is. And the president knows. And those who offered her know. Even from day one, when this government came, I know that for a fact. And I'm saying to you that the unfortunate incident that happened is the one that has changed the things. Otherwise, she was going as Minister of State. But to answer the person, I said that our intelligence and our sources tell us that she stood no chance to go to the Minister of Defense because the president didn't want to take her there. It's as simple as that.
Your intelligence and your sources where?
Of course, from the Jubilee House. Where else can it come from?
And your source at Jubilee House told you this, that he never stood a chance. She never stood a chance.
She never stood a chance, yes.
Based on what?
It's always been Kenajay.
Based on what?
You want me to tell you the people who gave me the intelligence?
No, you said they told you that she never stood a chance. Did they give you reasons why? Based on what? Because I'm just trying to reconcile those two positions you espoused earlier regarding...
If the president does not want to appoint somebody, to a particular position and wants to appoint another person, the president is not enjoined to tell somebody the reason why he's doing that. I'm saying that the president was determined that he wants to appoint this person to that place and not her. That's why I said she's still no chance. And the president obviously will not tell anybody, including myself or any other person, that this is the reason why I'm not taking her. If somebody wants to read something into it, that's the person's own prerogative. But for me, I just said she's still no chance to go there, not because they hate her or something. I don't know about that. All I know is that she was not in consideration to go to the Ministry of Defense. So when her name kept coming up. In fact, at a point, I was teasing her that, hey, Minister of Defense, but I knew that she was not being considered there at all. I knew from day one.
I see, but at a point, any other information you got, you say you weren't certain about it, but this one you have authority.
Yes, I was very certain that it was Honorable Kennedy, the former Deputy Minister for Defense, who will go to replace Dr. Manu Boama. And even when the president said that he was going to do it in the new year, that obviously everybody thought that it was January, February. It was certain that he was the one that the president was referring to and that he was going to go there. And when news started filtering in that the president might do a reshuffle in July, it was still and appoint the Minister for Defense then as part of the reshuffle. Still, it was certain that he was the one who was going to the place. I told one or two friends, one day when I see you, I'll mention him to you, call him and ask him whether I didn't tell him about a month ago, whether that Ken is going. And if he's close to you, he should just congratulate him. I will call you, even from here, I'll tell you the person. And you can call the person. And ask the person.
And you said it to this person when exactly?
About a month ago.
A month ago?
Yes.
No, interesting.
Yeah.
I need to wrap up on this. Davian, you wanted to make a quick. I need to move on quickly. Yes.
See, when my leader, my senior, keeps telling you that he speaks on authority, and yet can't point to the authority, I have a problem.
They said there's once.
So
what?
So you see,
the problem, if I point on the authority, the next day the authority will not remain there.
No, I'm saying that you keep saying that you speak on authority.
And
that
I'm
is,
saying
your
to you,
sources are very authoritative.
If I point out to my sources to you, that person will not remain in who he where
you don't have any source. You're only being political. You don't have any source.
I'm not being political.
You don't have any source within our government. You are only being political.
I'm not. The God that created us knows that if it is only this particular thing that he will take me to hell, then I'll go to heaven.
Oh.
Take it from me. The God that created us, if he was going to judge me on only this particular thing,
right,
to take me to hell or heaven, I'll go to heaven. He knows it.
I see.
Yeah. I'm not being political. I am being frank with you. Maybe I should have told you the mistake I made. I should have told you yourself. Then today you will not say this. The next time I'll tell you something.
So I have always, you see, when you say that Zaneto stands no chance, it gives off negative vibe. Mm-hmm. You understand? It's the expression that I have a problem with.
Right.
Because you see, Zaneto could have been appointed or nominated for the defense ministry, and she could have done a hell of a job there as defense minister. The point I keep making is that if you look at her work, her background, even the things that she's championing in Pan-Africa now as the second deputy president, in the equivalent of second deputy speaker, she's dealing with women issues, environmental matters, climate change. Those are things that she's championing. And those are things that she's championing even as a medical doctor before she came to parliament. There are things that they are. Mm-hmm. She belongs to the Climate Change Caucus Committee, and they've done a lot of work, even when we're under Speaker Michael Quay. Mm-hmm. So if you monitor, I'm sure that there's a team in the party that monitor us. There's a team. They monitor us. They know, they watch us, and they know each person's capabilities. I think she will be a fantastic minister for environment because it's a passion. And it's something that she's so committed to pursuing.
Okay.
I'm saying that people are talking about defense because of her heritage.
Yes.
If she had been nominated, she would still do a fantastic job. But I think where her passion is now, it's about climate change issues, environmental matters, and all that. If this flooding, it affected her constituents, you ought to have seen how she managed the things both daytime and nighttime. So yes, Dominic Nitiwu may, we all do politics, we all do the political calculations. But for me, the ministry that she's going is also a cabinet ministerial portfolio.
Right.
The ministry is also extremely important, especially in these times, because of the environmental issues, Galamsey issues. Ama Kofi Boah is only doing a caretaker role. Now she's going there to take up the full responsibility. So we wish her well. I don't want the thing to be like she's going to a diminished ministry. Defense is important, but in the scheme of things, we are not at war. For me, some of the most important ministries for me now is environment, agric, environment, local government. Extremely important. Road,
right.
Very, very important because of our developmental issues.
Okay.
So she's going to a very, very important.
Mesano, very quickly, quick one on this.
So she could have.
I need to move on
stand
to
a chance if the considerations were that
unless
she is supposed to go to.
You want to make a quick point. Okay. Oh, that's
It's
okay.
been on my mind. I mean, relating to this is just. I mean, when it came out, I was like, okay, it's good. The president is making changes. It means he's paying attention to what is going on. He's trying to get better results.
Yeah.
We congratulate all of them. I mean, I worked with Ahmed Ibrahim, local government. Excellent chap, always present, active. We had to be working on the NDPS, the 2026-2030 strategy. He was always there himself, sitting, never tired, very resilient.
And understands the issues.
Exactly. Now, one of the things that have been on my mind is our system for measuring the results. And what I've seen in other African countries is that you need to have a dashboard where you have the key targets, the indicators, and the timelines. The system by which we intend to deploy and execute the development intentions is very important. And at the back of my mind, I'm just wondering, do we have something like that? Because otherwise, this discussion would have been a discussion of the key targets that local exactly. The key targets for local government. What are the indicators? Have we achieved them? What is the rollover strategy? If you didn't fix it in 18 months, how are you going? So that then we can actually compare and contrast and track. So we definitely need a system which is a lot more, structured with the targets, with the indicators, so we can then measure what ministers are doing.
Right.
And in parts of East Africa, they have this even as an electronic dashboard
where
citizens can assess the minister. Because you're in roads and highways, you're supposed to do a target of, let's say, 1,000 kilometers within a year. Have you achieved it or not? So just elevating it and encouraging the chief of staff and people in that space that, look, you can whip your ministers into action, but let's have a system of targets, indicators that can carry everybody along. Then this discussion will be more about, did we achieve what we set out to do or not?
But they had KPIs. I mean, the president outlined
but not in the mode that he speaks of.
Sano is talking about.
You see, the mode that he speaks of, it's what's his name? Musa Dankwa.
Yeah.
It's Musa that's trying to design something for his work. But we can actually call upon him to design something as a measuring model.
Let me even let's have a chat. East Africa, Kenya.
So we can borrow from them.
We can borrow from them.
I think we can have another conversation. Mr. Gwating, please, quickly.
Just a quick one on the defense ministers. I think the records have is that Adokufo served 6 years and 7 months.
Right.
So Honorable Dominic Nitiwu still holds the title as the longest ever served.
That's why I explained this to you with us.
I mean, with regards to the point that he's making, I don't think he intended any mischief. Clearly, he was talking about process, that James had not had the opportunity to go through the process in terms of the leadership process in Parliament. That's why he invited all of you to come on, but I don't think it was so much of a mischief. But I don't get this bit about Honorable Roxanne trying to downplay the role of internal politics, especially in appointments like this.
Okay.
And I want to side with Martin Pebu.
You side with Martin Pebu today?
Yes, I side with him.
You are resurrecting that matter.
No. You see, I mean...
But was the bill transmitted to the presidency after Parliament did its work?
No, the bill is going through what we call the post-passage drafting.
That's when you passed it earlier.
Yes, you clean it up. It's there are a lot of bills that we are cleaning up.
I see.
No, we used not to. And as lawyers, you go to court, when in implementing the law, we encounter syntax. That is internal error of constructing sentences. So in approving our new standing orders in January 2024, we introduce what we call post-passage drafting, so that when you say delete, amend, delete, when we are in the throes of, we are deleting this, we are inserting this, even inserting new clauses, we want to ensure that all those have been properly structured in its place.
But I want to then find out.
We used not to do it, and it's created a lot of
In
problems.
that circumstances, you see, then even the writing and the wording of the bill, as was passed by Parliament, can change. So would you then bring it back to Parliament for another?
No, it's a
passage or-
committee. It's a committee.
Because
that,
this ought to have been done even before it gets to the plenary.
you see, when it leaves plenary, it doesn't come back. So let me explain.
Okay.
Hitherto, at consideration, a bill can go through excessive amendment process. Every amendment recommended by the committee, some of us, we used to subject it to further amendment. Now, when you are making further amendment, I'll be on my feet and say, Mr. Speaker, I support the present amendment, but I want to propose a further amendment to the amendment on the floor. When you do the proposal and it's carried, it's only the drafters who are capturing. So they have pencil and they're all over, they are capturing. When they capture all that, they go and sit and now try to align the sentences and try to remember how it was supposed to have been carried.
Okay.
It doesn't come back to plenary.
I see.
So-
Gentlemen, we're going to have another
Yeah.
discussion on the
So
process.
our new formula is that when we do all that, it's a small committee that sits with the drafters and make sure that everything is properly aligned.
Okay.
But
People
it's
want to make
risk.
this
My point is that
Gentlemen,
it should have
okay.
been done before the passage. But when Parliament passes it, the Constitution requires that it then transmitted to the President.
the Presidency.
As soon as you then work on it after Parliament has passed, then it may even change the wording and the tone. That's why I'm asking that after it has been worked on, after Parliament has passed it, do you then bring it back to
Oh,
Parliament?
okay, I see your point. So your
Final
point is
screening
that
to be sure there's no risk
Because
of
you-
change.
so your
Post
point is
something.
that your point is that after consideration and perhaps second consideration, we shouldn't go through a third reading. We should now do but how do you then call it post-passage cleanup?
No, you just change your
So
name.
that-
What is
so-
it? Don't make it
so
post passage.
that-
Do
that's-
it before.
that's-
Otherwise,
Okay.
Otherwise,
I see the wisdom in what you are saying.
No, you change
Okay.
it.
I see the wisdom in what you are saying, that okay, once we do the third reading, it passes.
Yeah.
Parliament is no longer
Exactly.
sits with it.
Exactly.
Now what happens is a backroom administrative matters. Now who then vets
what the
final
backroom has
draft?
done. There's
So
a
this is
risk.
a new measure.
Yes. So
I see.
so you are saying that who then vets the final draft?
And the
as we are
backroom
calling
can-
it,
the backroom
final
can do
draft?
things.
The post,
Exactly.
because it can, the
So,
wording can change.
no, so I agree with you. But you see, the problem too is that then it means we must introduce another stage
Where it
that,
covers.
where it comes back to plenary from clause to clause all the way before we do third
Alfred,
reading.
the truth is that these
But
are
that would be
all-
very
these are
laborious.
all delaying mechanisms,
I see.
especially when it comes to the context of the passage of the anti-LGBT.
No,
bill.
it's not.
It's the more reason why I side with people.
No.
They
It's
are
not. It's not.
They are all,
All right. Let me.
No, you see, it's the same thing they said
Gentlemen,
about the
thank you.
legal education bill.
Thank you.
we
Now,
do
Martin
also
Kebu, I'll give you the last word on this.
Yes.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Yeah,
Council,
you
round
were
up for me.
complaining that we passed the
Yes.
law and the president is not signing.
No,
So
let me hear
we're
you.
lying to the
Yes.
students and all
Yes.
that.
Let's
But if
correct
you don't tidy the
something
legislation,
in the first place, in terms of the longest serving defense minister, it's Alhaji Mahama Idrisu. He started from the PNDC days.
Oh, no.
No, actually, I think the
1995.
limitation was to the Fourth Republic, but you are right.
Yeah, and then so the Fourth Republic, from 1985 to about 1999. So 14 years.
The Fourth Republic, yes, obviously, then from 92, then he would be.
93 January. But he wants to.
No,
he-
I know,
He's looking at the.
I understand.
The persona sitting on the seat.
Exactly. So he's not.
But we are looking at matters within the constitutional era.
Lamas, please go ahead.
Republican
Sorry.
era.
Bala.
Okay. All right. So, final on this is this LGBTQ, etc. Look, what we say is that we can analyze based on facts in the public domain. So that's all that we're doing. It's not about it to create tension. And I appreciate. I know your, let me call it your position. It's a sensitive matter. You want to close your ranks, etc. But we also bear a duty to the citizens to analyze based on open facts. So I'm analyzing based on open facts. It's not to create rancor in your divisions, right?
Right.
Or create divisions, etc. in your ranks. It's just based on open facts that there's conflict about whether the parliament has finished passing the LGBTQ law or has not. And so with the current shuffling of Ayarga out, you can't blame anybody if the person were to put it to that.
Okay.
Open
There's a question to you, and I think this is to also Kwesi Kwarteng earlier. Professor Stephen Kwaku-Asare, good morning to you. He says, why are we not thinking that Ayarga is going to his new ministry to help in solving chieftaincy problems, particularly that of Boko being of Mamprushi and Kusasi origin? Because he has roots on both sides. Yeah. So he's also looking at it from that perspective, that also brings up another advantage in helping to resolve this. Quickly.
Yes, that particular one, let's be careful. It can rather create trouble.
Okay, because right.
Yes, it can rather create trouble because the Mamprushis may not be happy because you see, Ayarga's mom is Mamprushi, and then it's his dad who is Kusasi. And so from the track record, he has tended to be on the side of the Kusasis. You see it?
Okay,
and so
this could be another, we could expand this conversation, in fact, and bring in different angles, right? So let's just halt it here, because it's just going to introduce a different layer of a conversation I may not have time to exhaust. So please, thank you very much. This one, thank you, Damon, thank you very much. And a number of your messages. This one also here says that I agree with the decisions of the president. He knows what we don't know. He sees what we do not see, and he is the chief driver of the vehicle that we are all in, and we must also abide by his wisdom. You say this one here from Franklin Cudjoe, president and founding president of Imani Africa. Master stroke decision, especially Ayarga replacing Ahmed Ibrahim. Ahmed was overwhelmed, you say, by the 24-hour market project. Ahmed was struggling. He needed to formalize the procurement processes, but voracious party people and some traditional rulers made him give up the ghost. Ahmed can succeed at the works and housing. Finally, Zaneto gets noticed. We will support her to do well. Franklin Cudjoe is founding president of Imani Africa. This one here also says that Martin Kpebu's frankness needs to be studied. This one here says, Dominic Nituwo has to give us a bit more detail. A foreign minister giving such information about the defense appointments. It says, Alfred, please find out from him what else he knows. I think I've just exhausted and asked all the questions Dominic Nituwo has to answer. But that leads me to my next issue. Dominic Nituwo, thank you. Thank you for joining us, but he's still staying for the next conversation we're going to be having. And this is Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. And as always, it's brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner, and GASEM. GASEM is the nation builder. But also, if you want your child to lead the future, not just catch up to it, then pay attention. Admissions are now in progress at Academic City University in Accra. Discover future-ready degree programs in robotics engineering, artificial intelligence, electric vehicle engineering, nuclear engineering, unmanned aerial systems engineering, alongside innovative programs in business administration, communication arts, computational sciences, and other engineering disciplines. At Academic City, learning goes beyond the classroom through hands-on experiential learning. Students work on real-world projects, develop practical skills, and gain industry experience from day one. Give your child a head start on a future of opportunities. Visit acity.edu.gh or call admissions team on 059 403 0308. 059 403 0308. That is Academic City University. Also, this morning, I've been telling you about what you can give yourself some peace of mind and rest regarding your finances. And this is where, from now until the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very, very slim rates to salaried workers. We understand you have urgent needs to sort out. That's why we give you that quick turnaround time, whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that much desired family vacation. Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Give them a call or WhatsApp them on 0244 338 226. 0244 338 226 for inquiries. Bank of Africa is as strong as a group, as close as a partner. And for generations and decades, GASEM has been building the foundations of the nation, and they continue to evolve to meet our building and construction needs. GASEM is the nation builder. Well, this week, the NPP had cause to question our democracy as a country. They say it's under attack. They were on the streets this week, and a few of them spoke to us. Take a look.
There is a reset rule of law, a reverse rule of law, that immediately they assume power, they enter nolle prosequa, that all the ministers of NDC who had me arraigned before the call by President Akufo-Addo attended the should be set free. Now, if some people should be set free, you now turn around and we're arresting people. And we don't say you shouldn't arrest people, but there should be decency. Why should somebody who is coming into the country be arrested at the Kotoka International Airport? The man is already coming into the country. Why should he be arrested at the Kotoka International Airport? Then he gets to Yoko, and they tell you that go and bring the moon as a basis of your bail. As if we don't understand what bail is all about. But this situation is not promoting good governance. That is why we are all marching that. If he wants to leave a good legacy, he should be seen as a father of the nation and not to program some people for prosecution. You come and look at the situation in which we are on legal vacation, and the CJ says that, oh, 2 courts should sit. Yes. And there was some special cases, as part has, not as motions. All the rest of the courts are resting. Why these two ones? Is it a way to hurry them to imprisonment? Is it an ambulance trial? We want this nation to uphold, the president to uphold the rule of law.
So that, with great respect to you and without prejudice to your presence, to nominate only you to come amount to disrespecting us as a political party. Now you see, there's an election ahead of us, 2028. Unfortunately, Mr. President is not going to stand election again. This third-term agenda you guys are pursuing, has failed. It's not going to happen. It will not happen. So you're going to have your own difficulty looking at how you have failed the people of Ghana. And you are definitely going to be in opposition. Would you be happy if such a thing happened to some of your members?
Everybody knows what today is. Today is a day of memorial for the 8th gallant ship fell. And I'm happy that honorable leader is saying that I am a nobody. But I want to assure you that I'm a senior member of government, and this petition will directly get to the president. And they should also remember that in this country there are laws. There are laws that is put together to help us regulate our.
Well, that's Minority Leader Alexander Penyoma-King and Nanaya Jantua there. Nanaya certainly did not take kindly to that expression from the Minority Leader. But Mr. Kwarteng, on a day that, and that's one of the concerns that was raised, on a day that we were all reflecting on the loss of the 8 Ghanaians we lost in that helicopter crash, you chose to go on the streets and you justified so. Why is that?
Well, Alfred, first of all, let me not sound insensitive. First of all, I mean, on behalf of the party, we express our condolences to the bereaved family and even the lost ones. It is true that on such a day was a very important day that the whole nation was mourning. Indeed, as a party, we also joined in the mourning. It is not as though the mourning was solely something that was solely left within the prerogative of the NDC. And indeed, the truth is that the two can still go on together. We can still mourn our lost heroes at the same time whilst the Constitution is not suspended and every right that accrues to every man or people under the Constitution shall still proceed. Indeed, if you recall, we were still mourning, but judges were sitting, courts were sitting as vacation courts. The president was working. I'm sure even after that.
So you were mourning and demonstrating at the same time?
Yes, the two can still happen at the same time. And it's not like the two are asymmetrical. They can still run at the same time, very parallel. So I don't think anybody should be gagged or should be blackmailed into suspending a constitutional right or in the name of mourning. But of course, I mean, I get it within the context of a moral argument that morally the natural expectation is that when you are mourning, maybe the entire nation's focus will be there. But I mean, the reality is that even after the mourning, people will still go and feast. They will go and eat. They will go and drink. They will go and make merry. So for me, I believe that it was such an important day for the two exercises, the mourning at the same time, whilst we are also protecting the very constitution that we have. And indeed, I have made an argument and I posted it that if the mourning of our fallen heroes did not in any way prevent vacation calls from sitting and start adjudication cases, especially of higher profile and politically exposed individuals or within the opposition members, why should it be used as or be invoked to gag the opposition in exercising their rights? And like I indicated, mourning without any disrespect to our fallen heroes will not necessarily, suspend our constitution. Indeed, if you recall, years ago, people lost their lives in the Circle flood and fire incident. But the nation will obviously have to still move on. And all rights that accrue to individuals will still have to be performed. But, I mean, having said that, it is also important to tackle all angles of this conversation, because I saw the insight that you played, referring to marking the encounter between Marking and Nana Ajantua.
Yes, he took issue with Nana Ajantua being delegated to receive the petition. Why?
I feel that, for me, I think it has more to do with the diplomatic concern.
What do you mean?
When I say diplomatic concern, I'm referring to the diplomatic standards that we've built for ourselves within the practice of our democracy among the political parties. To the extent that there is an expectation today, if President Trump is to come here and President Trump is to be received at the office of the President of Ghana or the Flagstaff House, the expectation was that even though the President will have to delegate, even if the President himself is not there, he will probably have to delegate it to the Chief of Staff of his deputies. Yeah. It does not necessarily mean that if the President even delegates the security there, the security at post, maybe there's anything wrong. But within the context of the mutual respect that the nations have built for themselves, the diplomatic concerns and diplomatic respect will require some level of people that will come
but that's
and
how the presidency and receiving a visitor. This is a petition being presented to the president. Those are two different things.
Even with this one, the standards actually goes even a bit higher.
Really?
The reason is that the petition was presented within the context of protecting our democracy.
Yes.
And if indeed, as part of the respect that we show to ourselves as political parties, indeed, the president indeed wants to protect, like I indicated, the diplomatic relations and the diplomatic optics that the parties have given to each other, the diplomatic respect that the parties have been giving to each other. It even reinforces the argument that what we had even expected that the president himself or the chief of staff would have been there. That is not in a way to disrespect anybody that the president delegates, but essentially saying that based on the mutual respect and the standard of respect that we built for ourselves as political parties,
So having a senior presidential staffer?
In protecting, and especially in protecting the democratic principles that we all have, it was only proper that within such a context, at least the president, not even if not himself, maybe somebody would have also even joined, a whole delegation would have joined Nana Yaa to reinforce and of course send that signal to Ghanaians that when it comes to the practice of our democracy, even regardless of where a political party stands, at least there is that level of mutual respect. That's why I premise my argument on it has more to do with the diplomatic optics and the diplomatic concerns and the demonstration that we show respect to each other. But I mean, Alfred, I do not want to waste so much time on the Nana Yaa Agyantong and the Afenyo issue. For me, the most important thing is the message that we wanted to send.
Yes, but you see, but having a senior presidential staffer receive this, you see it as disrespectful?
If we want to transcribe what Macken said, right, and be very honest, without any prejudice to what Macken said, Macken never attacked the personality of Nana Yaa Agyantong. And indeed, I mean, I watched the video again, I felt that Nana Yaa has blown the issue out of proportion.
Really?
Yes, because he was saying, Macken's point was that at least we needed other people to have joined. He never said you ought not to be there. His case was that other delegation or other people should have been part of this delegation.
But she was not alone.
To give it that
was not alone.
Which who? She was with who?
I don't know if you watched the video.
She was with who? I listened to her interview. She said that when the president assigned her, she even wanted to go with Mariette, and she said she can do it herself. So far as I'm concerned, she did it herself.
Yes.
But Macken's point was, even if she was with two people, Macken's point was that when you are receiving a political party like the New Patriotic Party, the biggest opposition party, of course, I mean, they didn't come alone. They came in the full force with their leadership of parliament, the former leadership, members of parliament, the party structures, the party hierarchy, the executives and leadership of the party. The expectation was that at least we have that mutual exchange of respect by also meeting us with that level of delegation. That was the context.
Is there precedence to this same measure of respect that you demand of the presidency? Have you extended that in previous instances while you were in office?
You see, let me be very honest with you. If there are precedents that there was any modicum of disrespect to them is when they're in opposition, I will not sit here and rationalize it. What was wrong then should also be wrong today. But in the spirit of protecting the respect, the mutual respect that we have for each other, I believe that at least the government should have received us with that level of seriousness. But you see, I don't want to waste so much time on this. I want to highlight on the major issue. The major issue has more to do with our point that democracy is under attack. Alfred, when we say democracy is on attack, we are not necessarily arguing that there is no democracy. That is where I need to draw the lines. Because I know that, I mean, Roxanne will speak, then this will speak. The argument is that if democracy is under attack, why did he even have the opportunity to demonstrate in the first place? But when we say democracy is under attack, the message we are essentially saying is that there have been events and there have been a pattern of events and doings and actions and inactions by the government that has threatened the very principles and elements of democracy. That is the core argument or the core point that we are making. That the pattern of events of late in recent times that has been a threat to the very principles and elements of democracy. And of course, I mean, you talk about how the justice system has been run. A justice system that comes and say that, well, we are going to demand accountability from former government officials. We don't have any problem with that. If you serve in government, obviously you have to avail yourself for the very principles for accountability. But if you have a government that consistently parades leading opposition figures before our core system, whilst at the same time, you have this same government when they came into power, the government that had made so much noise about fighting against corruption, then, for instance, files processes before the court. In the case of, for instance, Dr. Johnson Esiama, for instance, there was a 300 million charge before him, and the court has asked him to open his defense. But he had the Attorney General of the same government filing for non-repositoire. Dr. Kwabena Dufo, for instance, there was an allegation about, it wasn't even an allegation, it was actually a charge of 5.7 billion in alleged fraudulent transactions involving Unibank. The charge sheet also alleged that Dr. Dufo himself, about 663 million, some financial embezzlement that he also ought to answer. You look at, for instance, somebody like Dr. Stephen Opini, 271 million alleged financial exposure and loss to Cocoa Board. And you have a government on one side filing processes like Nori Prosequa to discontinue all these matters. And then quickly, when it comes to leading opposition figures, quickly arrange all of them before the court and get convictions, especially in the Wontumi case. It becomes quite selective. And of course, our constitution is very clear that when it comes to equality before the law, all citizens must be equal before the law. But when there is a certain pattern, and that pattern always demonstrates that when it comes to government's alacrity in prosecuting, it's always at the expense of the opposition, whilst leaving his own members. That is where the problem becomes very glaring. And that is where we speak about democracy and attack. In that context, the very principles of democracy, as in equality before the law, becomes very threatened. Again, you look at even fundamental principle like free speech. You look at the Alfred Kumi case, who was arrested just because he posted a video of the president, a picture of the president. You look at
which picture exactly of the president?
I mean, if you have the facts, Alfred Ababio Kumi, you call him Adenta Kumi, was arrested on the May 23rd, 2025. The reason of the arrest is that it was a dawn read, and the reason that he had actually his case was that he had petitioned the presidency alleging judicial misconduct, claiming 3 Supreme Court justices had an inappropriate restaurant meeting with an investigator's legal counsel. And when he petitioned the president, he later posted the picture of the judges that had the supposed meeting, and of course, I mean, added his petition to it. I mean, this was ordinarily in a true democratic dispensation. The government would have used it as a positive feedback to ascertain the truth in the claim that he was making. But yes, so they raided his house. The wife ended up with miscarriage. Prince Ofori, one gentleman also called Fanti Komendi, also live TikTok, he was also arrested. His case was that he has verbally insulted the president. The list can go on. Say Obama Pokuase. I think so Obama was the one who posted a picture about the president, I mean, alleging that he supports LGBT. But you see, context is very important. We're in this country where even this same president described his colleague and the whole tribe as Achem Sakawa people. What happened to him? Nothing happened to him. I'm talking about President Mahama. If you recall, history is there. He described President Akufo-Addo and the whole tribe as Achem Sakawa people. Nothing happened to him. So why is it that in your time, you have the likes of Fanti Komedi, you have the likes of Priscilla Dia, these TikTokers, parading them before the courts, all because they have insulted you? And I mean, you and I are aware when it comes to.
But was it the president who paraded them before the courts?
Ultimately, the back rests on him.
No, but was he the one who initiated any action against them?
You see, if you want to go on that tangent, we shouldn't even be having any comments, because anything that happens in this country, the president directly does not do it. Every other thing that happens in this country are done by state institutions. But yet still, we have the ultimate responsibility that somebody bears. Alfred, the point I am raising is that, and of course the point that the MPP is raising is that there are fundamental principles within our democratic dispensation. The principle of free speech, which as I speak to you, is no longer free. And I've given you instances of the Priscilla Dia issue, the Daniel Marcos Obama issue, even Kofi Ofosu-Nkansah. Kofi Ofosu-Nkansah was the one who posted he posted something on Facebook that Scholarship Secretariat is being compromised. If somebody makes such an allegation on Facebook, what do? All you need to do is to invite him, and whatever information that he gives becomes a good feedback for you to pursue or continue your investigation. But they arrested in a very rambling style.
What was the specific detail of? You see, when you make references, and because the arrest was made within the context.
I have the specific detail.
Specific detail of exactly what.
Kofi Ofosu-Nkansah arrested on the February 10, 2026. The reason the former NEPCIO was arrested by the NIB following an executive probe directive. He had claimed during a live radio broadcast on Sompa 106.5, which he later posted. That individuals were paying bribes to secure government-funded scholarships overseas at the Scholarship Secretariat.
Yes.
And he was spent 2 days in detention. He was released on February 12, 2026 on Ghana 500,000 bail after his legal team provided investigators with digital logs of his source communication. So the context is again, that a former CEO in government makes an allegation on radio and of course on Facebook, alleging that there is a rot and a corruption scheme at the Scholarship Secretariat.
You think he shouldn't be brought in to support it?
No, exactly. But when you are bringing, you don't arrest him in that Rambo style. This should have been an opportunity for the government and, of course, state institutions to have taken such a feedback to improve on whatever they are doing. But look at the approach. They rather arrested him. And indeed, Alfred, why should such a person be slapped with a bail of 500,000? What is it like any reasonable, justifiable basis that the person who is giving a voluntary information or feedback to the state is slapped with a bail of 500,000? So the core argument that we are driving is that the very elements, the fundamental principles that undergirds our democracy, the principle of equality before the law, the principle of free speech, even the principle of fair trial. Look at the Wontumi issue. Wontumi's prosecution, the whole prosecution span maximum 9 months. And there was no basis for even the trial to proceed on a very natural pace.
And whose fault is that?
Usually when the judge gives directive that she wants the case to sit, the lawyers literally have little or no room to operate. And
absolutely. So that's why I'm wondering why you are making the point about the duration it took. It was 9 months. What is unnatural about it taking 9 months? Why you were expecting that it would take longer? As we've seen in other cases.
No, you see, that's why I'm saying that context is always important, the basis of the comparison. If we're able to rush Wontumi's case in a space of just 9 months, at the same time,
it was rushed. That's what I want to understand. What do you mean?
I mean, Senior is here. I'm also a lawyer. I have had the opportunity. You see, in legal principle, there is a philosophy that it is better to even set free about 9,000 or 1,000 criminals compared to putting one innocent person in jail. When you have a government that demonstrates some level of alacrity, some level of eagerness in convicting, politically exposed individuals in the opposition side, but when it comes to their matters, they are so quick in filing processes like Nonere Puasikwa to discontinue matters of them. That is where the political inconsistency comes in. So we are talking about how seasonal those principles have become, so that when it is matters that is left within the domain of the opposition party, the pace, the eagerness, the rush to convict them, if you compare to when it involves members of the government, it's not the same. That is what we are talking about.
I see. Mensano, I think we're used to high-profile political cases taking so long for years. And as Martin People considered the other day, there are lawyers who are specialized in delaying cases for long so that we're hoping there will be a change in government and then they will benefit from that change in government. And so this 9 months duration of Wontumi's case, if you're looking at it in that context, is unnatural to the MPP.
And I think that they should take into account people like me and Martin. If you take Wontumi's case, it was 2023, where I walked to CID together with Martin to ask what was going on. Because after 2 months of discussion...
That was the Tanon Nimiri Forest one.
Yeah, it was the Tanon Nimiri. But it was one of the cases...
This is the...
No. But all the cases were cases that were relevant to this. All I'm saying is this. This is an individual who's involved in something where the Minister of State at the time had a position that this is illegal. Mm-hmm. The commission said, no, you didn't have a right. The people of Ghana were asking questions. Nothing had been done. Why would you not, given the kind of advocacy and momentum we have gathered, saying something needs to be done? It is not just about the party in government. So I'm just trying to say, it looks like the political class are beginning to take certain things for granted. As though the case should have taken forever. When some of us were interested in this being dealt with quickly, you should ask Martin. We have a platform where we continuously were talking about these issues and saying, look, we are taking too long. So in my mind, I am a bit disconnected with his view that this was done too speedily. Because we felt that you needed to set a precedent. Let this whole thing of thinking you can just get yourself involved in illegal mining and, you have all these minerals that are contaminating our food, our water, and people's lives are at stake. No, you can't just do that. Let me take a step back. I've struggled to understand this particular protest by our friends in the MPP. My struggle is this. So, democracy, which refers to people's power. The question is, do the people have the power to free and fair elections? Are they able to freely debate? Do we have a situation where, in terms of if you wanted to use the courts and you want to petition issues, you're able to do that? In my view, democracy is strong and healthy in Ghana at the moment because they even had the opportunity to do that protest. I have a challenge where it seems that there are some particular high-profile cases, and those high-profile cases themselves are not cases that, and perhaps they need to articulate the details some more. Because I can't understand if you say because the case was finished in 9 months, that's a problem. What's the challenge there? Really, I'm one of those advocating that let's use the East African approach where you have a ceiling of 6 months for cases that involve certain things. And they are able to do that in Kenya. So 9 months is too long for somebody like me. So I can't see how, because the case was done in a short time, that becomes a basis to say democracy is under attack. It doesn't connect with me. I also feel that there's a bit of a challenge. This issue of respect between parties. I see the conundrum between sensitivity and respect. Why did they choose a day where we had several other senior political actors of this country who passed? Couldn't they have chosen any other day? Wouldn't that be the kind of respect?
They were mourning and demonstrating.
I wrote that down, that mourning should not suspend other constitutional rights. We should still have been respected. And I'm wondering, isn't it also that they should have been sensitive enough to have chosen another day so that that respect would have been fully accorded? I think that they shouldn't do this to themselves as political parties. So I'm not clear in my mind that the democracy they say is under attack. Perhaps the details, because when you're giving some of the details, it now begun to become more like substantive. If you say, I think it was the Priscilla case, and the person is arrested. The question in my mind is, was there a breach of law or not? And if there was not a breach of law, why don't we take this up with the courts? Why don't we take up the rights of these individuals? So all the people that have been listed, if they didn't breach a law, because even if you talk about bail at 500,000, if it's the issue of bail, isn't it that the courts have a range within which they set this? Has any law been breached? Can we go back to the courts to remedy this? Why are we saying we are doing a protest? I have a big disconnect, And I honestly think that I worry that we are beginning to position ourselves where it's like politicians think that they are above accountability.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the cases that they are highlighting, Chairman went to me, I have a problem because of all the illegal mining issues. Miracles Abuaji, I've done work in decentralization at IMC, and we're worried about where monies that had been, put aside to ensure that certain development work and outreach we haven't seen it. So we want answers. What actually happened to the monies? So I'm worried about the accountability part of it.
He's consistently drumming. You see, I'm going to provide him with answers. When 271 million is lost at COCOBOD, that is also the state's money. You have a government that came in. 71 million, the opening case. I mean, 271, it's established that 271 million was lost at COCOBOD. Come to the Siama case. The Siama case was 300 million unsecured facility allegation in one case, also linked to the broader Unibank proceedings. And these were charges in court. And the court, parties, the accused persons had filed processes like submission of no case.
Will respond to all of that.
They filed submission of no case. And then the court says that no, there is a case to answer. And then we will have Attorney General comes in and file processes like nolle prosequi and withdrawal, and gets acquitted and discharged. On one side, these are state money. Who then accounts for those 271 million, 300
So
million? Who then accounts for those?
Let him end the point, and I'll come to you. Let him end.
I'm landing.
No, let him
you don't leave one. You don't leave one state money unanswered and then pretend to be asking for. Nobody say that Wontumi doesn't need to go through procedures.
Yes, I know. Yes.
So when we say democracy is under attack, the question is that what are the institutions or pillars of democracy we are looking at? We have participation as a pillar of democracy. Are people able to participate? We have access to information as a pillar. Do people have access to information? We have systems and control. The three arms of government, are they working? If a particular arm of government is not functioning, I'd rather we drill down to that arm of government and say, this particular part of government. So if it's the AG who has failed in doing something, let's talk about that. Let's be clinical to the extent that you carry us all along. But if you just make a broad sweep and suggest that everything is not working, you confuse, and some of us, we are governance experts. So we are listening to you and we're wondering, what exactly are we talking about? So if you say it's an issue of nolle prosequi, substantively, yes. Many of us have challenges with how nolle prosequi has been handled in this country. And I was delighted when the Supreme Court ruled on it. It was very clear that, look, you are answerable to the Supreme Court, you're answerable to the people of this country when you take this decision. It cannot be capricious, it cannot be arbitrary. There has to be a basis on which you apply these things. So let's be very clear and say, let's say the AG didn't handle this well. But if you make a broad sweep, and that's where I'm coming from, if we say, look, there are monies that have to be accounted for, I align with you. Let's use the court systems and legal systems to hold these people accountable. But to just suggest that, you don't carry all of us along, and then there's confusion. Because especially in my mind, it's difficult when some of the particular high-profile cases and what we are expecting in terms of accountability, we think that on both sides, these issues need to be taken up and escalated rather than being toned down and saying that because these persons, their cases were done too quickly, therefore democracy is under attack. I don't think that's the way to go.
So on your verdict, democracy is not under attack in Ghana?
I don't see democracy under attack in Ghana. I think that certain elements of functions of particular units under democracy are not performing, and we need to hold those ones accountable. But people's power, the people's power is there. People have the right to vote, to elect, to select their representatives. Free debate is available, free protest is available, the opportunity to appeal in the court and to use the court systems is available. Let's not politicize the court system and judiciary and suggest that when the courts come up with a ruling on something, it is because the executive or the government of the day influenced them. That kind of politicization is going to create a disaster for all of us if you're not very careful.
That is a reality. You are talking as if you just came to this country. That is a reality. You don't rush one particular case. Whereas other cases, you file knowledge.
Who is rushing the case? No, you need to break it down because that is a very broad allegation. Who is rushing the case?
It is Attorney General appointed by the President.
How does Attorney General rush a case?
You don't rush one particular case. Whereas other cases, you don't even pursue them in the first place.
Let me bring it about Dominic.
In principle, they shouldn't be seasonal. They should be applied on both
So
sides.
the Attorney General is rushing cases in court. This is very interesting. I think that we need to break it down some more. How does the Attorney General rush a case? Even the court that sits there, court's written dates.
What he's doing is being simplistic and very mechanical. And hiding under the umbrella of a certain
I asked
structure.
you questions about why you think a case being concluded in 9 months is unreal, it's unnatural. And let me hold on a bit. Mr. Nito, yes, just a quick one on this. I know you have to leave us. But why is Wontumi's case being concluded within 9 months, a high-profile political case, so unnatural that it has to be a basis for you being on the streets?
So, Alfred, after this comment, I may beg leave and then I'll move on. But first of all, don't let us make the 9 months duration the main topic for discussion on the Wontumi case. Not at all. I think that
I asked because your colleague referenced it.
Yes, he referenced it, but he didn't make it as the mainstay of his argument. Listen, was Wontumi caught or his company caught doing Galamsey? No. In fact, was Wontumi as an individual arrested because he was doing Galamsey? No. So The person who just spoke, I want him to know that Wontumi was not arrested because Wontumi was doing galamsey.
Well, but
no, not at all.
Yes, but
the
but
state's case, I'm coming. The state's case against Wontumi, the state's case against Wontumi is that he apparently assigned or gave out his land for somebody to use, and that person was doing galamsey. Those people were arrested, right? It is those people who were arrested, and when they were arrested, the state charged them. Later, the state told them that, well, if Wontumi we are going to use you as prosecuting witnesses, and if you agree that Wontumi is the one who sent you, who set you free, who will not take that bait?
No, but have you read the judgment?
I've read it. And I'm saying that who will not take that bait, but I'm explaining to the ordinary people on the ground who will not take that bait. That's basically what the whole thing is about. Wontumi was not caught because he was doing galamsey, not at all.
But yes.
The case of Wontumi, can I finish? The case of Wontumi is that he has apparently assigned the land to somebody without the minister's permission, because you can assign if you have the concession, which means he has all the papers, he has the concession, he has everything. But then you can assign only with the minister's permission. But he didn't assign with the minister's permission. But Wontumi says yes. Apparently asked somebody to go and work on the land, but to plant coconut. Look, let me tell you, if somebody today gives me 1,000 acres of land to plant coconut, I'm a damn rich man. Anybody who gives you 1,000 acres of coconut to plant, you are a rich man. Unless somebody is telling me that he doesn't know what is happening in the coconut business.
Mm-hmm.
And if Wontumi, for example, any other person had gotten a concession, remove his gold, and asks me to go and cover the whole area, and after that I should plant coconut for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 acres, I'm a very, very rich person.
But is that what was actually happening on the ground?
Can I finish?
Yes.
In the next 40 years, I'll be a very rich person. But the man planted over 1,000 coconut. Did anybody force him to plant 1,000 coconut? The state just said, we've caught you doing galamsey, we are going to prosecute you. But if you agree to implicate Wontumi and say that it is Wontumi, then we'll set you free. Now, secondly, is it right?
Yes,
I'm coming. Secondly, is it right?
You're referencing specific
matter,
instances in the case,
I'm coming for
which is not consistent with the judgment. That's why I asked you the first question as to whether you have read the full details of the judgment.
I have. Which are the specific instances in the case?
The prosecution witness 2 that you reference, who was the one Wontumi asked to do the reclamation for him. He indicated in the judgment, he was asked specific questions. Was he doing this with the specific instruction or the specific instruction and authority of Wontumi? He indicated that yes. And when he was asked to do this reclamation, was Wontumi aware of the fact that he didn't have any resources? He indicated yes. Did Wontumi give him any resources? He said no. All of this detail is there. And I'm coming.
These are not details.
Yes, and I'm coming because I asked specifically about the full context of this ruling, because whatever you have said is your interpretation of what the judgment
That's the facts of the case. No, it's not interpretation. That's the facts of the case. Let me say something to you. The man was caught doing galamsey. He himself has alluded that he did galamsey and got gold. So it's clear that this man was going in between 15 and 20 years, because the minimum is 50 years and the maximum is 25 years. So it was clear that he will be prosecuted and he will go to jail. The state comes to you to say, well, we want you to say that it is Wontumi that sent you. If you do that, we will set you free by using you as a prosecuting witness. Who will not take that bait? Who will not say that Wontumi sent him? Who will not say that Wontumi didn't give him any money? In any case, like I said to you, I don't need any money from anybody who decides to give me his concession to plant coconut. I don't need that, because I'll make a lot of money over the next 50 years from that coconut plantation. So I don't need anybody to give me money. I will use my own money, because the proceeds from that coconut will not be shared between Wontumi and him. It was for him. But Wontumi never said that go and plant coconut for us to share. But let me add the last one before we go.
Right.
Listen, is anybody telling me that his government coming to power and all the cases that these people are intending to do, we free all of them and then start arresting these people and trying them alone? Is anybody telling me that when it comes to, if in the near future, in 2029, when MPP is in power, we free everybody. We enter Noli Prosequa for everybody who's been tried. All right? Even those who have been in there, like what happened to certain, I will leave them and start arresting the NDC people and start using their friends. Let me give an example. Look at Miracles Abuaji's case. A friend and him.
Okay, before we go to Miracle's case, because before we go to Miracle's Abuaji's case, because that's also another issue you deal with, but with specific reference to Temawon Tumi's case, this gentleman who was engaged,
yes, right.
This gentleman who was engaged, this PW2, he indicated that. Hello.
Doing Galamsey.
No, yes, I'm sorry, the connection is bad. I think we'll have to check that. He's clearly indicated that he was not into mining support services, that he was a small-scale miner. That was his specialty. Okay, if that's why I kept asking questions about whether, you know, he had the full complement of the judgment. But I think people wanted to come in quickly. Yes.
Where minister had indicated. And that is part of the fact. They had a deal with the state that, well, I'm using it as a prosecution
witness. Yes, he was turned into a prosecution witness.
So, were you expecting him to do anything different?
Okay. So, Mr. Okansi, my general comment.
Yes, quick.
Okay. Yeah, so on the demo, you see, let's say this. Generally, it's their right to demonstrate, right? So as a lawyer, I cannot be held to say they shouldn't demonstrate. I mean, you know, the Constitution, Article 21 of the Constitution, freedom of assembly, etc. And we have a rich and long history of demonstrations. So it's okay. What they've done galvanizes their base, because if you look at the numbers, it's good, because you know that the way NDC has a super majority in parliament, 2/3, etc., it's good to have a strong opposition. So once MPP is beginning to come together in order to help us keep the government in check, we should be happy, okay? That's in terms of the principle. The only part that detracts from what they're doing so far is the fact that when they were in government, we cautioned them, the bad governance, mampam, all those things. They didn't mind us, right? And then they led us into a ditch, bench borrowing, Oforiata and the president's family making money at our expense, etc. But unfortunately, we don't have any other strong opposition party. They are the strongest. So we are caught between a rock and a hard place. Okay? But because of the overarching need to be able to help keep government accountable and keep the NDC government on its toes, we are forced to, you know, let the NPP brief and then gather themselves well. Because we can't say because of all the bad things they did, then they should just go away. They can't talk at all. No, if we were to do that, this government may also get swollen-headed and may begin to do things that, of course, already people are even grumbling, which is normal, because no matter how this government treats us, it's always also important that people will continue to complain, because it's the complaints that act as the fuel. It's the complaint that acts as the oxygen to be able to cause the government to think harder and to improve our lot. Because all over the world, even the advanced countries, Norway, etc., where the living standards are far better, you still find citizens grumbling. So that is part of nature. You always need citizens to grumble, citizens to complain, so that it will move the government to do better. So for me, it's okay. It's okay. The only other point we should be mentioning is the barrage of insults. Listen, Afenyo Markins, you are nobody. And then Jantua, right? Not saying it negative, it was okay. But unfortunately, hours on, then Nanaya went to Asempa FM and now sought to reply. That one, to be very honest, it leaves a lot to be desired. I think that something has to be done. What Afenyo Markins said, you are nobody, It was similar to what Atu Forson and Sami Jemfi and Co did when they went to present their petition during the Akufo-Addo regime. At that time, you know, the man they keep referring, let's correct this thing, the man they keep referring to as security man, he was a big man in the Air Force, and he was my mate in law school. So when we were even in law school, at that time, he was wing commander. Then after law school, more than 10 years, I'm sure he got several promotions. We can Google and see. That was a big man in the Air Force and a lawyer at that. But when he retired, then he got a job at the Bank of Ghana as head of security. But that's a senior military officer, Asare Boateng. He was my classmate in law school.
Right.
You see? And so the title, you just look at the title and said, so at that time, the NDC said it was disrespectful for Asare Boateng to come and receive the petition. And now, so if Afenyo Markins comes to say, Nana Yah is nobody, to be very candid with you, it's not an insult. Look, our democracy is stronger than this. I told you that in 1999, we sang, Kum JJ Maye, Nyami Kum JJ Maye. And I'm telling you that that song is older. We are not going back. Look, sometimes public discourse need to be caustic. That's how come JM himself called Akufo-Addo and Co. Achim Sakawa Mafia. That's what JM said. Who arrested JM? So these things, I think government, JM has to talk to his people that, listen, they need to develop a tough skin. We've given them positions. They are servants. They should serve well. They are not to lord it over us. So if Afenyo Markins say, you are nobody, I don't know how nobody is such an insult. We've moved on. Look, Rawlings called Kufuor a thief. Rawlings called Kufuor a thief. Yesterday I was just watching that video. Kufuor is a crook, he's a thief, etc. What did Kufuor as president do to Rawlings? Why do we have public officers suddenly developing very thin skin? They listen, you are a nobody. What is an insult about nobody? Okay. Well, so that part, I think JM and his people, they need to sit back. I think to be very...
that's your, that's your view. But then again, you grant Nana Yah Adjei-Antoa that right of how she feels about it.
Because she was a public officer. It's not private feelings.
I mean,
she was standing in for the president. So throughout, she even said it, that she was representing the president. So you don't do well in receiving the petition. Then you go 2 hours later, she couldn't temporize. That's when her anger now came out. No, we can't. Remember, look, Anna Tete, you remember in 2015, Occupy Flagstaff House, when they went to, she did one small tweet, and see how Ghanaians punish NDC for it. So I think that, look, they should look at it. I think an apology will be in order. Let's remember the Anna Tete. Look, Ghanaians are very shrewd, though. Ghanaians are very savvy. Don't think that that's the end of this episode. Wait, in 2028, when they start playing it back, by then, there would have been a few other mistakes. When they put them together, NDC, they will win the election, but they will be in trouble. So I think that she has to come out and apologize. It's not about her feelings. We've put her in a public office. And in the Constitution, Article 1 says that sovereignty resides in the people of Ghana. So the people of Ghana are the masters. The public officer is not the boss. You are there to serve. So your master says something, you are not happy, there is a way you deal with it. Just remember the Hannah Tete tweet when Occupy Ghana went to serve during that demonstration. You see how coming to election, they used it. So this particular Jantua video, that's not the end with Sinabari. So I think government should do a bit of damage control. She must come out and apologize for that speech that is unbecoming of a public officer. It cannot be accepted. When I call it, one sentence, you see, let's understand that I'm a private citizen. So I can come up and say, Akufo-Addo, Mampam, etc. We want to hold him account. But the public officer, you are in the saddle. It's different. You can't reply in that way. The citizens, as the sovereign, can say certain things, trying to, right? So the citizens can say certain things and go overboard. But the public officer doesn't have that right of reply to insult back. Yours is to say, oh, my brother, stop this, etc., give education. As long as you remain in that office. If you want to trade those barbs, then resign and come into private life, then there can be a clash, but not whilst you are in that public office.
Right. Council, and on the one to me matter, I think you were drawing my attention. You wanted to make a quick input on that. Then we'll just move on.
Yeah, one to me, you know, like Adam Senanu said, to me's case, actually, it's not a good one for the demo because the facts have always been clear. We, like Adam Senanu said, we reported Wontumi as far back as October 2022. That's the Tanon Nimiri Forest Galamsey. And so that's the case is now attending court. You know, he was convicted on the Samra Boy Forest one. But now the second Galamsey case is attending court. That's the one myself, Adam Senanu, Kenashigbe, Kwame Sapoesedu, we reported him to CID. By that time, Andokofi CID boss and Dampare, through politics, they sat on the case and never took it to court. Then, thank God, we voted NDC in, and then now we are having justice. So, if you look at Wontumi, say, how come, even apart from these two Galamsey cases, there were other cases, the Hansol case where AJ Frimpong, as trial judge, found out that they were doing Galamsey. There's another case in Takrade, Efia Nyako, Justice Efia Nyako, another case, Edua Mankwa Efia Nyako. Yeah. She also issues concerning Wuntumi's company, Hansol. Wontumi lost. So there are two civil cases bordering on Galamsey, etc., that Wontumi went to complain and lost. So this conviction is not his first brush with the law on Galamsey matters. So it's not a good case for the demonstration. But as I've said, no matter how, in order to keep NDC in check, we will need a strong opposition. But the other part of demonstration, which that one, they have something to say and we are supported, is the fact that for 1.5 years, this current administration has arrested more people on the matter of this free speech than Akufo-Addo's 8 years. It's a bad record. It's a bad record for JM. They should be careful. For 8 years, the number of people Akufo-Addo's administration arrested are not up to the number arrested in 1.5 years in JM's administration. That is a bad record. JM should pay attention. You see, these things, they start small. Before he discovers, all the goodwill will be gone. He should let people speak. Yes, they will say you are giant, you are this. But we're saying Akufo-Addo is stone deaf. Mampam, did Akufo-Addo arrest me?
Which you were made to obviously withdraw, obviously.
No, but we continue
then again,
since
yes,
then.
but
and even Nana Yajantwa, she herself, she called the Akufo-Addo Nebuchadnezzar. So anytime we say Nebuchadnezzar, it's Nana Yajantwa who popularized Akufo-Addo as Nebuchadnezzar. Look, let me land one second. Allow Ghanaians to land. Let me tell you, in South Africa, there's this case, the Constitutional Court killed the Boer, meaning killed the white man. It went to court. The South African Constitutional Court held that kill the white man, that song, it's a liberation song. It's not a song meaning literally just go and kill whites. So it's the equivalent of our Kum JJ Mae and our Kum Akufo-Addo Mae. And don't be surprised if JM, they don't stamp this in very soon, that song will be sung for his JM. Listen, this country is far stronger. It's a rich history. Let's understand that area very well. Not the least thing, no, you go and arrest people. No, JJ himself called Kufuor a thief, a sitting president. Kufuor didn't arrest JJ. If you like, just Google it. Even Black Rasta played back that tape just recently. Just Google it. JJ called Kufuor a sitting president a thief. Kufuor didn't arrest JJ because he understands that there's a grievance. If you enter public office, you need a thick skin. And that's what Okoboy, Dr. Okoboy, former, is it Minister of Health or Deputy? Yes, he said it. When you enter public office, you need a thick skin. So please, JM, I think they should sit up. As for their insults, there's little you can do. It's part of the accountability thing. That's our own thing. It's not going to go away. So we better maybe have a conference, rethink, but you can't shut people down by their arrest. No.
There's a question Adam Zano was put. I'll come to you. He said if that's the kind of standard that we should be setting for the democracy that we are practicing, the fact that certain comments, although derogatory, should be normalized. and having a thick skin for derogatory remarks. Is that what we want to hold as a standard for our politics, for our democracy, Lama Atikpewu?
Obviously, no. Obviously, no. But you don't use we, the top people, as the only standard. We have a lot of our people, and even when you say the top people, who are the top? I just told you that Jantua herself, she said Akufo-Addo is Nebuchadnezzar. Somebody made a song, Akufo-Addo is Mampam. Akufo-Addo didn't arrest that person. I also kept repeating it. My Mampam friend is Adam Bona. He likes that word. And then other people. Mampam saying that Akufo-Addo is stone dead. JJ called Kufuor a thief, a certain president. That's even around the 2000s. So Kufuor didn't arrest JJ, etc. So that thing, we need to understand it well. It's easy to just come and sit there and say, that's not the standard. Yes, I also don't support it. But if you look at the groundswell, look at Kevin Taylor. Kevin Taylor, when he comes into Ghana, who protects him? It's not national security. You know all the things Kevin Taylor says, it said against Akufo-Addo. You know all the things Kevin Taylor said against Akufo-Addo and his appointees. Yet when he comes into Ghana, it's James National Security that gives him protection. Please, so this thing, let's stop blowing hot and cold. It tells you that people are not happy. Yes, I support JM. I supported him because Akufo-Addo couldn't do better. But it doesn't mean if he does some things that are wrong, I will not say it. Just for example, I've told him that no, this extension from 4 years to 5 years is not on. I don't need to insult him. But I'm saying that people in expressing the dissent, sometimes the insults come. It's not the best. But arresting people too is not the best. At the end of the day, you end up arresting the whole society. So let's sit back and see what we can do, because these things, they started, even Kwame Nkrumah met them. You read Kwame Nkrumah's books, people were booing him in the 60s and insulting him. So these things didn't start today. So if you don't understand the cultural context, if you don't understand the cultural context,
Council, right. This is probably not part of our culture. I don't think it is. I mean, insulting elders is not.
It's always been there. It's a lie. Anybody who tells you that it's never been, it's always been there. It's
been there, but also condemned. But because I see the line, yes. I see the line that you draw in the fact that you don't support this action of insulting elders, whether it was then in the former President Akufo-Addo or now. But then it is the act of remedying that same action that you don't support, which you are against.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So we can condemn those people. That's why I said we can have a national discussion. Let's agree on some modus, maybe naming and shaming, maybe only a fine. If we catch somebody, only a fine. But we should also be careful. Some of the things that are said to be insults, they've become part of our national discourse. We've accepted them. Like the one that you say, God, kill the president. That one is not going back.
That's why I have a bit of a difficulty. See, we can't normalize an abnormality.
It's been there for long. No. The South African Supreme Court has already shown you, kill the Boer. It's a liberation song. So when we say, Kum JJ Mayen, Kum Akufo-Addo Mayen, and etc.
And that's why you even talk about, if you talk about culture, it's our way of life. What is may have been accepted in South Africa, you would not accept it here in Ghana.
Oh, okay. Well, when we say culture,
it is a reference point that I'm looking at.
Reference point. You see, you should understand. I'm telling you that song is far older. It didn't start with JJ. I'm telling you that Kwame Nkrumah's time, etc. So let people haven't read. You just come when you're not happy with something. They say this one is not part of our culture. I'm telling you that this thing about how we talk to the presidents, you saw that it's older than even Kwame Nkrumah's time. It was part of the struggle for independence. It's there. Those were some of the things we used to drive out the colonial government. Those were part. So please, when people haven't read, they should stop just coming. You just use your mind. This is not culture. You know how old those tools have been? They are far older. They were part of the struggle for independence. Part of the struggle. Kwesi Broni. Those were part of the things we used to get independence.
Wants to make a quick comment on this quickly.
Because I mean, understand where Martin is coming from. And I think that he did a better job of articulating some basis for this protest, this so-called democracy is an attack, where he says that, okay, within 18 months, the number of persons who've been arrested on freedom of expression issues, it far exceeds the entire 8 years. I think that is a red flag we should pay attention to. And yes, if we want to say the government of the day should pay attention, that I align with Martin on that. Except to say, the comments that were passed, whether it's a Priscilla Dua, a Daniel Nkansa, a Prince Ofori, or an Obama, did it breach the law? What was the extent? Was it something that touched on the persons? Was this scandalous? Are they things that the people took up? That's where I would like to look at it. And maybe to build on what Martin was saying, perhaps we need to look at that space. Freedom of expression, what is going on here? Because if you're not careful, it could certainly be that we now have a group of people who think that this is our way of doing things and are just insulting. Or coming up with allegations that have no foundation.
So you disagree with Martin?
No, I'm to a certain extent, I'm varying what he's saying. I'm saying that you need to go into exactly what was said. Did it have a basis? Was the arrest, were laws breached during the arrest? How was the arrest done? Are these people who needed to be cautioned? And if that's a space we need to sanitize and say, look, in cases like this is how it should be handled. I think that is something we can talk about. But it could be the case that too many people were coming up with allegations that have no foundation or basis, and that is why these arrests happened. We need to understand the merits of each case to be able to draw a conclusion whether the 18 months to have so many people picked up was something that is seriously a red flag or there is a basis.
But you raise a question of departure from Martin Kpebu, his justification of the insults being part of our...
I think so.
He's justified why his position should be, but...
I have a bit of a worry there, because before you know it, the standards may be watered down. I mean, our cultural norms, you can get into a dispensation where people are all insulting. And even though it used to be the exception and not the rule 5 years ago, if you're not careful and very stringent action is not taken, then everybody begins to, it's like we can make allegations anyhow, we can insult anybody now. And that's where you probably then have law enforcement wanting to be, robust in picking up people, cautioning them, and so on and so forth. So we need to understand on a case-by-case basis what actually transpired. And I feel that, look, if these people's rights were abused, then the party should take that up in court.
On the matter of culture, you say, Martin Kpebu says we shouldn't even stretch it there, because these insults and acts have been part of our culture.
I don't want to accept that we should make it our culture. I think we shouldn't normalize it. I think we should still keep the bar high and try and frown on persons who do that. So I align with him when he says, and I'll do it both ways. He's saying we should check whether he said nobody. If the word wasn't nobody, then...
He did not. I mean, if you're quoting him verbatim...
It was not nobody.
Specifically, this is what he said.
What did he say?
I think we have the video. We're going to play.
I think it's good to so that we deal with the facts, because it's also not fair to if he did not say that, And so on both sides, if Nana Jantua eventually made comments whose tone and content especially were not acceptable, both...
He said, with great respect to you and without prejudice to your presence, to nominate only you to come amounts to disrespecting us as a political party.
Okay, I think that then we cannot say...
That's it.
Yes.
Honorable David, but you have been silent on this matter.
Yes, thank you very much. I've listened to Kwatin articulate the basis for their democracy and attack walk. It's an interesting phrase they chose to label the free expression of their constitutional right of assemblage and expression. Look, and my senior Senano is here. Democracy under attack? Really? Look, we all believed, even me, when Nana Akufo-Addo got elected, we all thought that, well, since our childhood, we were told that this was a man who was a human rights advocate and all that, and so he was coming to do things differently. Indeed, he came to do things differently, but for the worse. Look, Martin, Gregory Afuku was in court. He was prosecuted by the state. We varied his charge sheets over 4 times. One case, one set of facts. Even eventually when he got bail granted by the High Court, as a state, as a government, we opposed it. We appealed and kept him in custody. Was democracy under siege? Look, if it doesn't hurt you as a family, you think that it doesn't concern you. But things really happen. I'm not saying, look, me, over 10 years ago, the speaker, speaker has a way of identifying young people in politics. When he was engaged, he said, my son, this job that you have chosen, forget about your private life. Your private life is gone. There's nothing you can do privately any longer. Your everything will come under the searchlight. Your every aspect of your life is now a public life. So you must watch your temperament, because anything you say out of anger can destroy you. Watch yourself, watch your movement, watch your comments, and above all, insults will come. But look at me, look at how, he likes to describe himself as skinny. Look at how skinny and tiny I am.
Right.
I've been like this. Insults haven't hurt me. They haven't taken a strand of hair off my skin. I've received tons of insults as a member of parliament, as leader of committee, as leader of the house, all that.
And that's what Martin Kpebu says has been part of us. So
I'm saying that I'm so upset about some of these arrests. Because you see, it goes to hurt the government. Sometimes government even doesn't know. Nobody from government will instruct that go and arrest this person. I don't think it happened. It's the police. It's happened under Nana Akufo-Addo. There are a lot of things they did that I don't think the government at the time sanctioned it. But the police will do it. So if as a government you are not sensitive to some of these things, then eventually it comes to hurt you, detract from your standing in the eyes of the ordinary person, and then it hurts you politically. So my caution is that as government we must pay attention to some of these things. It doesn't help. Look, when Standogbo even had a small altercation with journalists, it was blown out of proportion. It was statements were, but what did Stan do? So the slightest thing will blow it out of proportion.
So what should be the appropriate remedy?
I'm saying that as a government we must pay attention to it. A minister for government communication, I think he should be paying attention to some of these things, because eventually, when government is hurt, he is the one who will come to speak to the issues and issue statements. They must watch it that these things, they don't detract from government in any way. So allow the people. Let them say the things they want to say. Let them. It doesn't hurt government. We should focus on delivery on our mandate, delivery on projects that we promise the people will deliver. Because you saw how Martin Kpebu argued. And Martin is like that, we are close. When Martin begins to strand things out like this, he gets the headline and he feeds into the mainstream media, and then it's as though government is the one championing this. So they don't help us as a government. And as being part of the government and part of the party-forming government, we don't want this. We don't want it at all. By all means, if it's offensive, it's offensive. We have provision on offensive conduct. It's a misdemeanor. But arresting people, confining them and all that, it doesn't help us. So that is my disclaimer on that one. Now, 2. Kwatin says democracy is under attack, so they went on a walk. What? Sal, Kwatin, we were here. We were here. When a few hours for a general election to be conducted, the sitting head of the Independent Electoral Commission issued a statement and told a group of people that in the presidential election, you have a right to vote. But in the parliamentary election, you don't have a right. Your vote didn't matter. It led to SAR. For 4 years, SAR never had a representation in parliament, even though their votes went to matter in the presidential results. How do you treat the people? So we use all manner of legalese it was so complex that you couldn't even think through it. Was democracy under attack? Because we are speaking of democracy, we are speaking of rule of law structures. We use officialdom to suppress people. They never had a representative. They went to court. All manner of things were done. As a result of which, the court couldn't resolve the matter judicially.
You specifically referenced the Nolly prosecuors and then
I
also
will come to. No. I'm addressing the issues. I'm giving him instances. I will address the issues that he's raised. I've noted all of them down. He speaks of Dr. Opuni.
Yes.
Is he aware that during cross-examination, one of the key witnesses, who was then a deputy CEO of the CRIC, that's a cocoa quality control
company.
Yes. And they have the technical expertise. Because the key prosecutable matter was that the Litovit fertilizer was procured without going through testing.
Yes.
The witness came to say that was tested. So why are you in court? What exactly are you in court for? As a republic, why are we in court? And so that matter was dead. It was not prosecutable. Because the basis for which you had gone to court to prosecute was that the fertilizer were procured without subjecting them to any test to determine whether or not they were relevant to cocoa production. And the witness came to say that they were tested. So why would Agongo and Dr. Opuni be in court? So that matter was dead. In respect of Dr. Dufour had a plea bargaining agreement with the state. Have you forgotten? He had a plea bargaining agreement with the state and was accepted. The same plea bargaining right that Wontumi is exercising. So when you are citing your examples, I want to urge you to, there are more concrete examples you can cite, because the equivalent is that the same right is being made available for Wontumi to exercise. And he's applied actually, it's being reviewed. So it's not a good example to cite. Now, the other matter about GM having referred to the Achim people as Sakawa, GM never said so. GM never said Achim people as Sakawa. You may have to go and listen to the statement correctly. And GM said, well, if even comments such as that can offend the president, if you recall, I remember he said, the president has lost the right to even complain. Because years before, he referred to his boss as Simpapeni. Have you forgotten? GM said, you refer to my boss, sitting president, as Simpapeni. Do you know the meaning of Simpapeni in Fanti language? He referred to the president again as Dr. Doolittle. So if we think that it is time for us to, all of us, we should step back and tone down on use of incendiary language, it's fine. But he cannot refer to his former boss as Simpapeni and Dr. Doolittle and all manner of things. There was even time President Mills' own sickness, the symptoms of his illness, they referred to him that he had the palm of a chimpanzee. Why not in this country? Sitting president.
So as unfortunate as all of these
so I'm saying that. So these comments, like Martin is saying, they've been part of our political body politic. So we may all have to say that maybe it's time that we tone down. But you can never predict what somebody will say tomorrow. That's the unfortunate reality of the matter. When senior wants to speak, I don't have the ability to determine first what he's going to say and how he's even going to frame it. So when the comment is made and the person is able to immediately determine that, oh, this may cause problems, so I withdraw and I apologize, like we do in Parliament, it ends it. So if any statement, but President GM went ahead to say that, oh, I was even making this comment in reference to what Adongo said in Parliament. And so if he hurts any group of people, he apologized.
He didn't apologize.
Oh, he apologized. He said, why? I cannot go against Achim people. Because the head of my manifesto team, Professor Danso, is an Achim man. Then the then chairman of our national party, of the NDC, Dr. Ofosu-Ampofo. It's an achievement. We are even burying his father today in Chebi, this as we speak. So, and a lot of Achims have served Victor Smith. Is an achievement. They've served in his government. They are friends. So he couldn't have said so mainly about Achims. It was such a political, language slang.
So I think that there's a point that you make, and a number of people have sent me messages about Lawyer Martin Kpebu's position. So you said this in several language insult has been part of our body politics, but not part of our culture. I think those are two different things.
Yes. No, but that's what Martin is telling you. But you see, the onset of politics is not limited to only 1993 January.
Yes.
We have had a lot of political inputs. That's why we are calling it the Fourth Republic. Even before the First Republic, we had a colonial era. Martin is trying to say that as part of the fight against colonialism and eradicating it from our land, we use a lot of political slangs against the colonial masters, and they are gone. And then we switched the terms of the slang and now directed it at, if you are opposition, then they were directed against people who were in charge at the time. So they've been part of our body politic for all these years.
Right.
But we are all saying that maybe perhaps it's time we step back and demand for a general truce, so to speak, that we should all watch our language.
Yeah, but Alfred, I mean, he makes a very important point. I think that if, for example, they have been able to highlight particular names,
but you spoke,
Priscilla,
you spoke for so
Julia, Darren Kansa, Prince of Foreign.
I never cut in.
You never cut into your argument.
No. I'll come
but
to
you spoke for so long.
I'll come to it. No, he wants to make an
No, it's into his. I'm not cutting you.
Hold on. Mesano,
okay, go ahead.
Martin wanted to make an intervention. Yes. So just conclude on your point.
Let him go. Because I haven't cut into him. I'm not quite sure why he's taking umbrage.
Conclude on your point, because
I'm just going to say that I like the point you made that sometimes these things are done without the knowledge of government.
Yeah.
I think you should go a step further.
Okay.
They have specific names they've mentioned.
Yeah.
Can we interrogate what happened in the case of Priscilla Adair, Dana Nkansa, Prince Ofori, and if officers of the state acted?
That's the Obama one.
Yes.
No, I was going to address it when it came in. In the Obama one, if you read the official statement of the police, I'm trying to look for it, but I recall it was about a year ago that arrest happened. The reasons given by the police was not about any LGBT post. The police alleged that they were in possession of arms without lawful authority, and they were also displaying them. Those were the reasons.
Okay.
Is the party that is saying that they were arrested because of LGBT comments that they made? Never. The police statement said we arrested these 3 people and we're conducting further investigations. I'm not able to phrase it properly, but the essence of the statement they issued, I remember very well, because this matter came to the floor. They raised it on the floor that we were attacking their media people. I said no. The police statement, that day I remember Leader Ayariga was the one who responded, because it was a Friday. Normally, when we read business statement, they do what we call Friday politics. So this matter came in. So he said no. The police statement that he just received was to the effect that they were in possession. The allegation was that they were caught in possession of firearms. In fact, they said they used a certain adjective before, either sensitive firearm or something. And they were also displaying them without lawful authority. I don't know how that matter ended, but this was the initial statement. So now the attempt that they were arrested because they made some LGBT comments is absolutely incorrect.
Okay, thank you.
Then, but let me finish. Let me finish.
Yes.
Please, let me finish. Then, look, democracy under attack. Ahmed Swale, you are a journalist. And Kwesi, you know how the work we do as lawyers, we work with journalists. He was conducting an investigation into a matter. It came to the attention of all the security agencies. Ahmed Swale died. He was murdered. As a state, we are looking into the circumstances of his murder. They buried him because he was a Muslim. So he was buried in accordance with Islamic tradition. Up to now, nobody has been arrested. The family are still in pain. The people who were closely associated with him and related with him, they are still in pain. Was democracy under attack by them?
I'm going to answer you.
Yes. So these things that you say that democracy is under attack, it cannot be. Ghana Journalists Association, in your time, they raised as many as 42 concerns or infractions against journalists. And then Nana Akufo-Addo, was the democracy under attack? Apenyomaki woke up one day when we took a decision in Parliament to tilt power. We voted. He couldn't commandeer his numbers because it was a split house. He lost the vote. He had lost his position as majority leader. Atufosin had been stated as my majority leader of the house. Apenyo went to court to challenge the decision of the house. Within 2 hours, he got a decision.
Right.
Was democracy under attack?
Well,
okay.
So when the things that you did, and we were not bothered. We're not bothered at all because we thought that they were your democratic rights that you expressed and exercised. We didn't walk in the street and say that you were clamping down on our democratic rights.
Thank
so
you.
You can't take punches.
I mean, I'm coming.
All the things you did to her, you can't take punches.
Listen to parties.
You're saying that your democratic rights are being threatened. How so?
It looks like these incidents of equalization.
No.
Respectfully,
it's not equalization. I'm telling you that things worse of its kind have happened.
Thank you.
We were not bothered. We took it in our stride.
It looks like these examples of equalizations is actually meant to justify and indeed avenge what currently we are seeing and avenge the past. I mean, I sit here as a very reasonable person, as a very progressive person, and will not promote any incident that happened in the past that was not right. I was an advocate against what the EC was doing on SAR. And I mean, I want to quickly take a bite on saying, remember, anytime it happens that the government is being drawn into the conversation, then he is able to separate the government from state institutions, that is the police, the judiciary. But the government is the government. They control all the arms of government and all the other sectors. But I quickly want to tackle on a few things, just a minute. You remember I cited the Wontumi fast trial, the pace, and I think it became quite a contentious matter here. Yeah. The context should be said very properly, that is in relation to other judicial and justice, criminal justice process. For instance, I compared the Wontumi quick trial to that of Yamin's investigation, which is almost taking about a year and a half and 2, and as of now, we've not had any briefing or update from the government. Oscar, he's our Wayne constituency, is a member of parliament there. The chiefs themselves came out and accused him of engaging in galamsey, and up to now, the investigation has still not terminated. So you compare the two, that within the same criminal justice system, one is being rushed to secure a conviction, of course, to make a political statement. I don't have any problem if Wontumi is convicted, and indeed the state established that he did something wrong. But the context is compared. Oh, Alfred, you are rushing me.
No, please. Let me
land. But the context is comparing it to other investigative process that is ongoing. Then I think we also spoke about the issue about the insults. For purposes of emphasis, yes, it's true. It was Adongo that used the term Sakawa Mafia, Achem Sakawa Mafia, against the whole tribe. And indeed, it took President Mahama's Facebook to repost it and reshare it. So that was more or less like endorsing those ethnocentric comments. And in that context, he was not arrested.
Even Adongo's comment.
Okay,
you are coming. Give me just 1 minute.
Let me land. But please, assuming even without admitting that they've even embarrassed of insult, which we all do condemn culturally, for me, the solution and the address and the approach to it should not be through criminal gagging, through criminal prosecutions and gagging people through the criminal justice system. Alfred, if I insult you that you are not handsome, you are a fool, you are this, the right and appropriate means is through a civil route where you go through civil process and then sue the person for defamation. But this whole issue about trying to gag against free speech is what we have to be concerned. I don't care which political party it falls, whether in people in this who does it. I think we should look at it again. Then on the subject matter about the selective honesty that I spoke about, I cited the instance of Dr. Opuni. He said that there was a witness that came to testify that indeed Opuni has done nothing wrong. And of course, I mean, there is also even an example of the Collins Dawuda. Alfred, this is my case. What would have the government lost if they had allowed the matter pending before the court to have terminated at this final closure, so that at least we know that there is clarity and closure to the matter? Perception counts when it comes to dealing with state institutions. When on one side, they say that Wontumi within 9 months has been convicted, and the case before the court, you file a process and then get your people discharged and acquitted. Ghanaians are not robots. They are not mechanical people programmed to think in how the government expects. Perception-wise, they will believe that, well, it's because their party is in power. That is why they are taking this route and this approach. And so when you do that, gradually the confidence and the trust that people places in such institutions becomes also watered down. And I think he also cited an example of the Ameswale instance, that, well, when Ameswale was murdered, they didn't mean that democracy was under attack. And then I want to react on it briefly. You see, Alfred, crime should be separated from the conversation of democracy being attacked. Indeed, even within the remit of democracy, there can still be crime. What we are talking...
he knows why I'm smiling. Because suddenly he says that separation is...
No, you need to separate crime.
How many minutes ago?
Yeah, that's 2 1/2.
You need to separate crime. You need to separate crime from the conversation of the democracy being attacked.
Right.
And indeed, we are not saying there is no democracy. It is because there is democracy, that is why we even had the opportunity to demonstrate, because the right to demonstrate accrues under the principles of democracy.
Yeah. Right.
But what we are talking about is the pattern of events that is so consistent, and those events are very inimical and threaten the very principles of democracy. And the principles of democracy are the elements of the democracy. Right to free speech, which we've all agreed that in terms of the general performance of the government relative to right to free speech, even he himself alludes that we can do better. Right to free speech. When it comes to equality before the law, you don't rush Wontumi through criminal prosecutions, whilst when it comes to Yamin and Oscar and all the other people in their case, you have failed to give us an update on the investigation. It's almost taken like 2 years, and the investigation has not been concluded. So those are the issues that we are having. We are not saying that democracy has collapsed. Our context is, and the conversation and the argument that we are making is that at least the act, the omissions that threatens the very principles of our democracy should be looked at once again by the government. And that is what we are saying. And I think very finally, in reinforcing my case, yes, I have to reinforce my case, because you guys point also to it. In reinforcing my case,
done a good job.
In reinforcing my case, I want to say that at no point did Markin said Nana Yaa-Ajantwa was nobody. What he reinforced was reinforcing the principle of political diplomacy and mutual respect, where he expected that at least the level and the status of the delegation, I mean, government should have also met them halfway and not necessarily presented one person. That is not in any way disrespecting that. I think I'll be able to reinforce my case before this point is don't talk again.
No. There are quite a number of messages. Let me just read them.
Okay.
This one here says, good morning. It's this from Dr. Note. It's the saddest reinforcement is that persons who engage in these insults, unsubstantiated claims, end up with juicy political rewards. Fact, the pendulum of political hypocrisy will continue to expose us irrespective of the party in power. We can play back many demonstrations and check where are the actors positioning themselves later. It's sad that speakers insist that a speedy trial only heads towards jail, and a slow pace ironically equates to exoneration. Amazing and indicative. You say, thank you. Dr. Kojo Akakwating says, good morning. I'm struggling to understand why less than 2 years ago, all the suspects in the high-profile cases in Ghana were only members of the opposition NDC, but today opposition sees their members put before the courts as democracy under attack. No, I disagree with Martin Pebu. Rawlings got his privileges as a former president withdrawn for the insults and criticism of the then sitting president, Kufuor, and who says insults are part of our culture. Says if someone on video threatens the president and family with death, is that part of our culture? You see, Dr. Akakwating says that one. Thank you. This one also here from Adolf Mate on Facebook says, good morning. Can you find out from Martin Pebu if he can go outside and sing, you say, kill Trump, depending on what country he finds himself in, and let's see what may happen, you say. Thank you very much, Adolf Mate, for your message. This one here from Landlord Bolga D-Line. Isn't this beautiful? Are you not proud to be a Ghanaian? A few years ago, people were prevented from demonstrating, but today the same people who are preventing people from demonstrating are being allowed to demonstrate. You say, thank you. Hobson Adoye says, good morning. Kufuor did not arrest JJ for insulting him, but he punished Rawlings by stripping all his privileges and some immunities. I totally disagree with Martin Pebu. Hobson Adoye sent that one in as well. No, Hobson, sorry, this Dr. Emmanuel Chum says, good morning. Alfred, I think that it was great you decipher between what Martin Pebu was saying about what our culture permits and also what is actually happening now. You are right in putting it straight that our culture does not allow insults and permit it so. But our political life and, you say, history has the politics of insults as being part of it. It should not misconstrue to be part of our culture. There are two different things, you say. Politics can allow insults, but our culture is against it. As to how the way of life, which is the culture of the people, must feed into the kind of politics we practice is what I think your guests must address, you say. Thank you, Dr. Chum. Thank you very much for your message. We will be back shortly after this quick break here on The Key Point. And then we'll go into the matters of 1 year after the loss of, 1 year after the loss, of these 8 gallant Ghanaians. What have we taken? The serious lessons and steps to address the reason why they even died in this helicopter crash. I'll have the Western Regional Manager of the Forestry Commission joining us. They have been leading another task force to clamp down on illegal mining in that part of the country. We've seen some of the videos this week, what has been happening. So where is the missing link? NIMOS is fighting, Forestry Commission is having their own task force. The police at the point they even had some group to help fight illegal mining. Gold Board is also doing their own support to fight illegal mining. So where is the missing link? Why is all of this happening and then still illegal mining is ongoing and on the rise? We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
Key Points is brought to you by Bank of Africa, GASM.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, as always, brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner, and also GASM is the nation builder. Now, this week, we remembered the fallen heroes. Exactly a year ago, we lost them to that helicopter crash in the line of duty on their way to also launch another program in the layer of the fight against Galamsey. The widow of Samuel Aboagye, the late Samuel Aboagye, who was, until his untimely death in that helicopter crash, was a deputy director at the National Disaster Management Organization, says the only fitting tribute that we can give to these lost souls is to win the fight against Galamsey. I want us to take a listen to her. And then Nana Bosompim, who is the Western Regional Manager of the Forestry Commission, is going to be joining us. But this is what she had to say. Take a look.
Samuel died on his way to a fight that is yet not finished. The rivers he was going to defend are still being poisoned. The land is still bleeding. The truest tribute we can pay this aid is not a speech. It is to finish their work. Please, do not let this be the last year we remember them. And Yola, as I call you, I want you to know that God has held me. On the days I could not even pray, He carried me throughout the pain.
Welcome back. Now, Nana Bosompim is joining us on Zoom right now. We'll check his connection. But this week, this is what the Forestry Commission Forest Guards, also leading the fight against Galamsey in that part of the Western region, have also done. And we have pictures of that, which is sent to us. We'll show it on the screen right now. And this is it, as you have it right there. Nana, thank you for joining us. Just walk me through what we are seeing on the screen, these operations and the burning of these generators in some of these areas, as we are seeing on the screen. Hello,
Oh, thank you so much.
Great.
Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, good morning to you and good morning to your panelists and all your viewers this morning. Yes, what you see is an operation we recently occasioned in one of our beautiful forest reserves in the Western region. That is the Cape 3 Points Forest Reserve. And in just 8 days, the areas have been besieged by illegal miners, except that in recent times, they don't come with the heavy machinery like the excavators that we used to witness in some time past. But now they are coming with the chamfer machines, the industrial pumping machines. They come in and establish makeshift structures within the forest reserve, just wooden planks with the polythene material around it where they sleep in there. So we commissioned an operation in the last 8 days, and I can tell you in just 8 days, today happens to be the 8th day, the chamfer machines we have immobilized in total from that Cape 3 Point Forest Reserves stands at 125.
125 chamfans?
Yes, 125 chamfan machines dotted around the entire area of the forest. If you look at the industrial pumping machines, 202 so far. And these are brand new machines. We were even surprised at how new the machines were. That means we are bringing new machines all the time. The structures, the makeshift structure that we destroyed inside the forest stands at 59 as of this morning. And these are wooden planks with polythene materials around it. As you see in the pictures, all these machines we managed to immobilize through burning. As of this morning, the total arrest made is 41, including 4 females who were arrested in the night, in the dead of the night, after 2 a.m. inside the forest. And
the 4 females were arrested at night, 2 a.m.
Yes.
Engaged in Galamsey.
Yes, 4 different females, 2 and then one with the different camps. And out of the 41 arrested, that I speak to you, as of yesterday, 27 of them have been duly remanded by the Takoradi Circuit Court. But the others will have their day in court, I think, from Monday. So this is the situation. You realize that although we are dealing with the mining menace, you go to this particular forest reserve, flash the people out, destroy the machinery, and they move to another forest. They know for sure that we are not going to be there 24 hours, 7 times a week. So you mobilize an operation, go with an entire team, you go and stay there for about a week, you think you flash out the miners, retreat, and the people will come back to this very same pit, rekindle the mining again. We've done a number of operations in the Cape 3 Point Forest Reserve. In fact, the fighting the illegal mining menace in the forest reserve is not like a weekly, it's a daily ritual. We fight them daily. So if you look at the brief that I've been giving you, you see day 1, day 2, day 3. We do it daily. But every day, we keep arresting, we keep burning Shamfa machines. I think the people over the period have developed the mentality that, oh, we'll come and do an operation a week or 2, we are going to retreat, go elsewhere, and then once we go elsewhere, they will come back to the same very pit. So it tells you that when it comes to the fight against illegal mining, it cannot be a stopgap measure. You go deal with it and retreat. You have to start implementing something like into, let me call it 24-hour economic galamsey fight, where our president should be there always. Always. We should be there on guard. So
24 hour galamsey fight.
Yes.
So 24 hours you are there. And
yes, we should be there. So if you look at some of the videos I sent to you, we are now establishing permanent camps.
That's true.
We
see those camps there.
Yes, permanent camps where we keep our officers right there inside the forest. 24 hours.
But I see. But then if you have destroyed 125 Shamfa machines in one forest, then over 200 industrial pumps.
Yes.
And yet, after a few weeks, the Shamfans are brought back, mobilized back to the same area. What has to be done differently? What are we not doing, right, to deal with this once and for all? Because it appears you are doing all the job. You are destroying the Shamfans and the water pumps and all, but then within weeks they have enough resources to mobilize back to the same place that you destroyed these equipment.
Yes, thank you, Alfred. Earlier, the strategy had been to mobilize your entire team, your rapid response team, your forest guards, your rangers, move into a particular area, stay there for a week or 2, flash out the miners, and you retreat. In fact, there are 19 different forest reserves in the Western region, so the effort cannot be concentrated on just one. So you move to this particular forest reserve like we are doing in the Cape 3 Point Forest Reserve. After we are done, we move from the Cape 3 Point Forest Reserve and we move to the Subri River Forest Reserve, stay there for a while, deal with it. So when we leave Cape 3 Points and move to Subri River Forest Reserve, the miners will know you are here. So they will now come back to where you went to flash them out, coming back with the same machines, as if they don't even buy them. We see new Shamfa machines every day. You burn them and they keep bringing in. That was how we used to fight the menace. Okay. But we realized that to be successful, we need to change the strategy. Changing the strategy means you should have permanent structures on the ground, inside the forest, and make sure your officers are there 24/7 to make sure after flashing out the miners, they do not return. And I believe the same approach has to be adopted if you want to be successful with the mining menace. NIMOS cannot sit in Accra, come into, let's say, Western region, conduct an operation for a week or 2, and retreat. The people will come back. It would be ideal for NIMOS to even have permanent structures, permanent camps in hotspot areas like the Western region, so that when there's an incident, they can easily mobilize just 10, 20 minutes drive. They are at the particular location to deal with it. So, like I said, we need something in the semblance of the 24-hour economy, fighting the illegal mining menace.
Thank you. Perfect. Mezano, just a minute on this, please.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, one of my times of discomfort was where we had asked the president to declare this a state of emergency, and he said he couldn't do that. I honestly see this as a state of emergency. I mean, whenever we talk about it, the dynamics, even the fact that you have these military teams there, they are now creating their own ecosystem. He says he must make what 24-hour economy out of this.
Yes.
I think that this tells you that we have a major crisis on our hands. And left to me, the lesson learned is that can we revisit the issue of this being a state of emergency, where the FDA has reported traces of mercury and heavy metal in our contumely, in our fish, where health and lives are at stake. I think that a regular update that gets us to the point of understanding the dynamics. If you have 125 of this equipment, you bet in how many days? It just tells you the thing is staggering.
It's a big issue.
No small group can deal with it. This is a major issue. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Mr. Kwate.
I think they use cyanide and mercury in the extraction.
Yes.
So for me, until we get to a stage where I hear that the government has announced that we've banned the importation of mercury and cyanide, I think we'll just be deceiving ourselves. Because if those two elements are not there, even if you go and mine, you cannot extract. That is where I would indeed know that particularly we want to address this galamsey menace. Other than that, we'll just be deceiving us. You see, a country that is struggling in terms of how to handle its sanitation, our general performance on enforcement when it comes to even basic road regulations, struggling to fight corruption, cannot pretend to be fighting a lucrative industry as high and as strong as the galamsey industry.
Yeah.
I just think always when it comes to discussing like this, we'll just be playing the ostrich games. We talk about it like the usual flood incident, and they just keep escalating. I come from Asante Achim. Even now you go to Konongo, the situation is worse. And the saddening part is that this time around, the menace is now coming into our homes. It's not even about the forest reserves again. Right. The level of courage. Now, even when you check TikTok, they now have a Galamsey TV where they even give updates. That should tell you where it has got into. But I'm ending. In ending, I just want to end on the note of quoting Madame Abigail Aboagye, the wife of the gentleman who unfortunately lost his life, Samuel Aboagye. He said Samuel died on his way to a fight that is yet unfinished. The rivers he was going to defend are still being poisoned. The land is still being bleeding. Right. And that is the state that we are.
Honorable Damian, please.
Yeah, it's a sad day because we lost 8 very committed public servants, including our deputy national chairman.
Yeah.
Like Kwatin said, quoting the wife of one of the deceased persons, Aboagye, that the fight that they lifted off that fateful day, 6 August 2025, to go deal with, and which resulted in their fatal death. The fight is still on. The waters are still being polluted. But let's admit that there's some commitment. There's some higher level of commitment. Because listening to the military man that you just interviewed, to seize over 200 pumping machines and over 125 champagne machines in a matter of a week. Those are, you see, the Galamsey thing thrives on certain mechanics. Champagne machine, pumping machine, excavator, mercury, cyanide. If you're able to focus on this and begin to seize them, nobody can do Galamsey. Those are the equipment, so they are tools of their activity.
Thank you.
So government is committed in dealing with. So you see that even excavator importation is also being checked.
Right.
So it's important that we should keep to it and deal with it. But let me say this quickly. Yes, let me say this.
Okay.
That Wontumi himself was done by Abu Jinapo in 2023 that he was involved in Galamsey. So in Parliament, if you recall, we've been demanding that if they were truly committed to fighting Galamsey, they should prosecute him first.
Right.
So his prosecution in this matter was determined by NPP long ago.
Thank you. Justice Shremsai just said, posted something. He says, the Honorable Attorney General is working with his United States counterparts to bring to book persons who are implicated. Unfortunately.
We want to support girls' education. No to infertility stigma, yes to girls' education. We want to stop gender-based violence for stop. Number of child marriage will double by 2050.
Our Africa by Meg Foundation shows Sunday at 2:30 p.m. and repeat on Wednesday at 11 p.m. on TV3.
Hello, Ghana. Welcome to Cooking with Game Changer.
Hi, my name is Vivian Boateng, the CEO and founder of Vivi's Dance and Theatre Academy.
My name is Elias Haj. I'm the founder of Stone Depot. And trust me, I am ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, help me make some noise in announcing the winner.
Cooking with Game Changers shows Sunday at 6 p.m. on TV3.
Last year, the communities came out with their teams, their drama and their pride. The passion was real. The football was fierce and the bragging rights were serious. Now, the Onyatina Community League is back. Bigger, better and even louder. A new season, a new format, more excitement, more rewards. Think your community has what it takes? Bring your team to the pitch. The Onia Atena Community League, live at the Magdan Town Park LAN. From the 1st to the 30th of August 2026, the communities are ready. Is your team ready? Onia Atena Community League, where communities play for pride. Sponsored by Atena NLA, Didi Da, and powered by Onia 95.1 FM.
Fufu, I said to up game. I come from Fufu party. Kayo, yo yani wa yo. Eye free. Enfienum nie, and I come from. I'm a kuma santemai, and a Ghana mai at the Fufu free. Eye the biggest Fufu party. Our Ghana. A free day at Bosso Saturday, 22nd August 2026. And a Bantu Park shop. That's what you're saying. Jumadian Bosso, our Asokwa Municipal Assembly. I opposite Makion Pentecost. New Asafo, every churches, school park and so on. I come up for full parties, up for so boy. Be another my bunch. Bordia, Atosutia, a num and up for the bois. Frey, I was 0246 766060. The 5th edition of a come up for full party. Kaiser date, no, I started day, 22nd August 2026. I come up for full party. I proudly sponsored by Pomo Tomato Mix, AFR Deodorant Roller. Ohini seasoning powder, Lasho insecticide powder, Medima Foba Clinic, Body Crown, fresh and frozen food, Janjaba Dental Clinic, Crop Fiber Tonic, and Akuma Bitters. Akuma from Fufu Party, Wopa, Obabato, and quite different. Fire at Piasa, Kumasia Baby or Fufuno, one and Epa, no other Fono, Nemomakai, Sa Kuma Fufu Party, Yo Yano Ayua, they are free.
Akuma FM 87.
La 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 la.